days into August, the 8th month of the year. And Charlie, we are running. We're running.
It'll be your birthday.
Very soon. Very, very soon.
Looking forward to that.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Good morning. Welcome to the show. This is GTV Breakfast, August 6th. What do we have today?
We'll be having conversations about gender. You know, recently, what we used to know as the Affirmative Action Bill was passed by Parliament. So what does this gender equity bill mean for men and women now that it is law? We'll be dissecting and trying to unpack what the law means and what the dynamics it seeks to change will be. So that's what I'll be doing on my side of the table. Of course, it's Tuesday, so we'll be out and about bringing you all the top stories of the day. Indeed,
there's going to be Kofi Traffic stepping out with Daryl Alantego to see what the situation is. We're still testing that the Maintain Your Road app to see whether it's really working. So that's something for you to look forward to. Of course, on Tuesdays we have our academic panel, I guess. So we've got the professor, the lecturer, and the Director General of Internal Audit Agency. So three of them coming here to have that conversation. There's great music at the end, though.
Yes, because we just love Kwampa Band. Who doesn't, right? Everybody loves Kwampa Band. And today they'll be serving us a very, very special breakfast. You don't want to miss that.
Talking of breakfast, so I'm driving to work today. I see that the women around the Lavender Hill, Koligono area have started spreading their fish
drying them
on the pavement. And I'm thinking, do the lizards avoid the fish?
Nope.
Do the birds dropping their bombs from the top, do they avoid the fish? What are we putting in our mouths? And isn't there a better way of drying fish than just pouring it on pavements? I hope that doesn't spoil your breakfast. But you wonder what we are eating. The fish tastes quite interesting. Then maybe it's lizard droppings.
Oh, don't say that.
It's gecko tracks.
That is not pleasant.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
a reality. I mean, the health implications cannot be emphasized enough. So
authorities, get to work. Don't allow people to be spreading our food on the pavement. We're not lizards or ants. We're human beings made in the image of God. So that's a health warning for you. The next time you crunch on some fish, be careful. It could be something else. Fossilized lizard droppings.
Listen, let's not even think about that. I'm just happy that, you know, if you source your food from the right place, at least you can be sure. If you see it's being handled in any questionable way, don't buy it. Sometimes we don't see how these things end up in the markets, and that's where really the problem is. So.
So inside all of that, have a happy breakfast, whatever you're eating this morning. We've got the breakfast news with Maltiti Sider Study coming up. Of course, sports later on. You stick around. This is GTV Breakfast Morning.
Of August 2024. Welcome to Studio One, where we're bringing you GTV Breakfast News live. I am Maltiti Sider Sadek, and the top stories making headlines. A look at the Senior Citizens Day, also MPP to launch their manifesto. Other economy and business stories we'll bring to you. On the foreign front, Vice President Kamala Harris set to announce her running mate. We'll look at some issues around genocide in Congo. You can watch the news live on GTV Ghana on Facebook, on YouTube at the GBC Ghana, and on DSTV channel 278. It's been a very difficult time, but I believe most of us can see that we are now turning the corner and returning our economy back to normalcy and revived growth, says President Akufo-Addo. However, the president was addressing senior citizens at the Jubilee House in Accra, said the last hurdle to be cleared during his tenure is to ensure peaceful and fair elections in December, and was upbeat that with the help of Guineans, the country will maintain her record as a beacon of democracy in Africa.
It's 5 years now since August 4 was declared as Founders' Day and a holiday by President Akufo-Addo. Also, the day is used to celebrate senior citizens for their enormous contributions towards the development of Ghana. This year's celebration was not different, with President Akufo-Addo having a lunch with some senior citizens at the Jubilee House in Accra. And to the President, it was a privilege to be given the opportunity to serve 2 terms, just as his predecessors, Jerry John Rawlings and John Ajikun Kufuor. With regards to challenges facing the nation after COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, President Akufo-Addo reiterated that gradually the economy, which took a nosedive in 2022, is bouncing back, with indicators pointing in the right direction.
I believe most of us can see that we are now turning the corner and returning our economy back to normalcy and revived growth. The growth that made our economy one of the fastest growing economies in the world in the years prior to the outbreak of the COVID pandemic. We did it in the past, we will do it again.
However, the next major challenge is to ensure that Ghana's credentials as a stable and peaceful nation during and after election are not tainted.
The people of Ghana deserve no less than to be given the best atmosphere in which to choose freely their next president and parliament. I intend to ensure that our reputation as the beacon of democracy and stability in Africa and the world is maintained.
At least 70 countries, including Ghana and the US, would have elections in 2024.
Away from the Jubilee House to some politics, the New Patriotic Party NPP has announced the launch of its 2024 manifesto scheduled for Sunday, August 18, 2024 in Takoradi, Western Region. In a statement dated Monday, August 5, 2024 and signed by the party's General Secretary, Justin Kudia Frimpong, it indicated that in line with the manifesto launch, the party has constituted an 11-member committee to oversee the planning and execution of the event. The committee members include Madame Oboshi Saikofi as chairperson, Henry Nanabuache, Ms. Abena Sante, Kojopon Nkrumah, Fati Abubakar, Anthony Abeifa Kabo, and 5 others.
The Special Delegates Congress will be held on Saturday, 27th January 2024 in 108 constituencies to choose parliamentary candidates to represent the party for the December 7 general elections. The General Secretary of the NPP, Mr. Justin Kudia, at a media briefing in Kumasi, announced protocols and other measures to ensure a smooth voting process. He said apart from petitions from 10 constituencies, the party is ready to conduct a transparent, fair and peaceful constituency poll.
No person, and I repeat, no person, whether a government appointee, a party official or otherwise, shall act in contravention or shall act to the detriment of the work by the Electoral Commission.
Mr. Kodia also asked candidates to refrain from campaign delegates and avoid any form of inducement, including bribing delegates.
No voter shall wear the color of any contestant at the voting center, be it T-shirt, caps, or posters of contestants. If we catch anyone red-handed in the act of giving money to someone to influence the person's vote, then we can take an action.
The NPP General Secretary said security for the entire Congress should be handed over to the Ghana Police Service to deal with any eventuality. Voting will start at 7 a.m. and end at 2 p.m. Mr. Kodia.
We apologize for the wrong inserts there. Now, fixing the deplorable Atebubu Kwame Danso stretch of road and giving the Kwame Danso market a facelift may be the magic needed for the MPP to improve its chances of winning the Senate West seat for the first time. These are many more dominated discussions at the MPP Senate West Constituency 2024 campaign launch. Abono East regional correspondent Samuel Ayama tells us more.
Even though John Mahama won massively with 16,019 votes against President Akufo-Addo's 9,218 votes, the NPP's parliamentary candidate for Senate West, Mr. Joseph Kumar Mackay, came close to winning the seat for the first time in 2020. The NDC MP, Mr. Kwame Chumesi Ampofo, pulled 13,116, whilst his closest contender, Mr. Joseph Kumar Mackay, garnered 13,100. To properly position themselves for the task ahead, the NPP re-elected their 2020 parliamentary candidate to lead them again in the 2024 parliamentary election. The NPP, led by Ace parliamentary candidate and district assembly, have since dotted developmental projects across the constituency. These projects included an AstroTurf, Deba grounds, ultramodern market at Bantama and Lemu, construction of classroom blocks, and provision of dual decks to the various basic schools in the area. The ongoing rehabilitation of the much talked about Atebubu Kwame Danso Kajeji Road is making good progress. At the campaign launch, the DC for Senate West, Mr. John Inyaba, warned members that the perceived factionalism, internal wrangling, and squabbles will put the NDC on the edge, making it extremely difficult for the NPP to break the 8 and retain political power in the upcoming polls. He said, with absolute unity and a formidable front, the party will be able to win the Senate West seat for the first time. The Senate West parliamentary candidate, Mr. Joseph Kumar Mackay, urged the residents in the area to vote the incumbent NDC MP out of office for his inability to initiate any meaningful development in the area. He was hopeful that the new contractor rehabilitating the Atebubu Kwame Danso Road will fix it on schedule.
My people see the good work that I've done, and I believe God will come December 7th. Baumia with the president and Joseph Kumar Mackay with the MP for Senate for the first time.
Other speakers charged party faithful and the campaign team to desist from bickering, backbiting, and also refrain from any behavior that will make the NPP lose votes in the upcoming polls. Samuel Ayama, GBC News, Kwame Danso.
More politics. The flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Mr. John Mahama, has pledged to upgrade several community day schools if elected. This commitment comes in response to an SOS request from students of the Binduri Community Day School, Senior High School, who appealed to Mr. Mahama to elevate their school to boarding status. Our correspondent Peter Agengre has the details.
The Binduri Community Senior High School was established in 2016 when John Mahama was president. No single infrastructure has since been added after he exited office. According to the students, they lack certain basic amenities in the school and wished the NDC flag bearer could intervene.
Our school, we don't have toilet facilities. That one is very risky.
If you don't have toilet facilities,
we always go to the bush. As you can see that we are lucky that there is bush closer to us. If this one was to be in the town, I think it was going to be a terrible thing for the students.
So we are pleading him that when we vote him into power, he should not disappoint us. For he has started the school, and we know that you can finish it, because you don't start with what you cannot finish. So we are pleading with him that when we vote him into power, he should come and build boarding facilities, which is our very first aim that we will be happy.
Parents who came to catch a glimpse of the flag bearer were confident that Mr. Mahama is the one who feels their plight and could upgrade the school with modern infrastructure conducive for learning.
This is the only school we have in Binduri constituency. This is the only school. Apart from this school, we don't have any secondary school again in Binduri. This is the only school that we have. So we are very happy that he has built this school for us, and we are praying that he should come to power and make it full boarding house for our students to benefit a lot.
Right from 1992, when we talk of a story building of this nature within the Binduri constituency, I believe John Dramani Mahama is the first person who brought the Binduri Senior High School to our doorstep. And we are of the view that if John Dramani Mahama had continued to be in power, I believe that by now the school would have been a boarding school, which is a source of worry.
The NDC flag bearer, Mr. John Mahama, said that building the E-blocks was an idea to bring education closer to the people. He, however, outlined some plans he would roll out to improve the standard of the school.
There are several of these blocks we're building around the country. Unfortunately, we did not complete several of them before we left office. You are the lucky ones. There are many places in Ghana where you have the block that has been roofed, almost 80% complete, and this government has abandoned it. But I wish to assure you that when we come, it is going to be a priority.
Mr. Mahama also had community engagements at Binaba in the Zebila constituency and the chiefs and people of the Nabdam constituency. For GBC News, Peter Gengere, Binduri.
Away from Binduri back to the capital, a two-day meeting to establish a continental network of senior electoral administrators is underway in Accra. The meeting has an overall agenda to foster peer support among women in election management leadership in Africa. The Electoral Commission of Ghana and the Executive Committee of the Association of African Election Authorities, AAEA, is spearheading this all-important meeting, hosting a delegation of women chairpersons from 8 election management bodies, EMBS, in Africa.
Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 requires women's equal participation and leadership in political and public life. Despite progress, gender imbalance persists within electoral management bodies, EMBs, in Africa, with women underrepresented in decision-making roles. The meeting, the first of its kind, aims to address these challenges by creating a platform for collaboration, mentorship and advocacy. The Chief Electoral Officer of the Electoral Assistance Division at the UN, Mr. Nkayemi Adebola, emphasized that networks of women chairpersons are crucial for advancing women's political representation.
Your leadership is not only shaping the future of electoral management in Africa, but also setting a powerful example for women across the continent. Let us continue to support each other, to share our successes and learnings, and to strive for a future where every citizen's voice, especially women, is heard and valued.
Ms. Olufantu Akindoru is the thematic lead on electoral processes Africa and the West Asia Regional Program International Idea.
Not just the question of we want to see a female face, but a network that promotes a positive narrative about what women can do when they are given a space in decision making and leadership.
The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mrs. Jane Mensah, urged women chairpersons of Africa, EMBs, to be guided by their shared vision, emphasizing the importance of integrating women's voices into the decision-making process.
By working together, supporting each other, and staying committed to our shared goals, we can create a future where women's leadership in election management is not an exception but the norm. A future where women are seen as a repository of knowledge in election processes.
This strategic reflection meeting brought together current women, chairpersons of EMBs from 9 African countries: Cape Verde, Ethiopia, Ghana, Libya, Malawi, Namibia, Rwanda, Gambia, and Zimbabwe.
Let's take it to the foreign front now. The Democratic Republic of Congo's ambassador to Ghana, Mrs. Jeanette Njuma Nyakeru, has led a solemn ceremony at its embassy premises in Accra to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Congolese genocide. Mrs. Nyakeru condemned in the strongest terms the millions of deaths and displacement of its citizens since 1994 as a result of the decades-long conflict between the Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, and the Democratic Forces for Liberation of Rwanda.
The Democratic Republic of Congo has borne the brunt of 3 decades of a long conflict between the Rwanda Patriotic Front and the Democratic Forces for Liberation of Rwanda. From 1994 to date, an estimated 12 million Congolese citizens are reported to have died and more than 6 million displaced as a result of the conflict. The DR Congo government describes the situation as a genocide. At the DR Congo embassy in Accra, a ceremony was held to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Congolese genocide. Candles were lit in honor of all those who died in the 30-year conflict. A DR Congo Catholic priest, Reverend Father Vitalis Name, prayed for all the lost souls. He reminded the world that, like Rwanda, a genocide also happened in DR Congo, but theirs seems overlooked and forgotten. The DR Congo ambassador to Ghana, Mrs. Jeanette Njuma Nyakeru, said the purpose of the ceremony was to raise awareness and mobilize Congolese and international opinion in favor of the rights of the Congo people to truth, justice, reparation and the prevention of the recurrence of such crimes. She was emphatic that her mineral-rich country will remain one and indivisible in the midst of all challenges.
And Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to announce her running mate by today, this afternoon, ending 2 weeks of intense speculation that has gripped the U.S. as it heads towards the November presidential election. Ms. Harris interviewed several top contenders in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. Her choice will join her on a 5-day tour of 7 cities this week as Ms. Harris ramps up her campaign in key battleground states. Mr. Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance have both suggested that Ms. Harris' choice of running mate will ultimately have no impact on the upcoming election. The most recent poll shows Ms. Harris and former President Trump in a tight race nationally, with the vice president holding a 1-point lead over the former president. The weather update for today. Tuesday, let's see if we'll get some sunshine or some rainfall. Felicity Afianyo joins us on the phone. Good morning, Felicity. Today, how is our weather going to fare?
Good morning, Multity. Thanks so much for reaching out to us. Yes, today we'll have the two. We have some rain and then we have some sunshine. This morning we expect it to be variably cloudy across the 16 regions. We are expecting some slight rain over the coast and part of the middle sector. Some misty conditions is still expected over Gosu, Sunyani, Teshibekwai, and those around the Ebri areas. But Greater Accra, part of Volta region, Central region, and Axim, we expect slight rain this morning. In the afternoon, we expect some brief sunny intervals across the 16 region, with late afternoon into the evening thunderstorms with rain having 20 to 30% probability. You expect it around Navrongo, Narelugu, Bolgatanga, and those around the Tamale area will also have some isolated cases of thunderstorms this evening. In terms of temperatures, we expect it to range between 29 and 32 degrees Celsius across the 16 region. The state of the sea is still expected to be rough. So we still expect fisher folks to take precautions. In terms of windy conditions, we expect it to be slightly windy, especially those of us close to the ocean. So we need to cover our food so that it doesn't blow dust into it. It's not something that will bring distraction, but then it's likely to lift some light-weighted objects around. In terms of the Volta Lake too, it's pretty cool for any activities today, but late afternoon into the evening, those around Katakrachi, that's into the OT region, are also likely to experience thunderstorms with rain.
Thank you so much. Felicity Ahafianyo, Katakrachi, the Volta Lake, maybe some rainstorms. Thank you for the update. She said there'll be some strong winds, so just be cautious and careful out there. That's the weather report for today from GMET. Let's bring you the Lotto numbers for now. And Alpha Lotto, Alpha Monday winning numbers on your screen. We have 16, 16, 10, 10, 82, 82. 79, 79, and 58, 58. Again, Alpha Lotto, Alpha Monday winning numbers are 16, 16, 10, 10, 82, 82, 79, 79, and 58, 58. That's it for the news. There's more news when you do log on to our website at gbcghanaonline.com. I am Multi-Decider Sadek. My costume is by No Rush Collection. You can find everyone on social media. We're going into our health corner with Medimosis, and we are looking at ulcers. So stay tuned for that. I'll be back with sports.
live on GTV. We hope you've enjoyed what you've seen on the show so far. Multi-Decider Sadiq just brought us the news. Catch us on our streams, GTV Ghana, everywhere. And you can also follow us at Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Thanks to our very, very generous sponsors for this show, Awake Purified Mineral Water and Virtual Sounds Lab, located at Asylum Down in Accra. Dana Hamilton, my meditations, bringing us into this segment to discuss peptic ulcer disease. And this causes open sores in your stomach lining or your duodenum, which is the top of your small intestines. We're told that symptoms include a burning or gnawing stomach pain, and the treatment is with medication unless you have some complications like bleeding. We'll also be looking at some of the causes of peptic ulcer disease. This morning at our table, Dr. Prince Osei, the medical PR of Medimoses Medical Center, has joined us to help us understand what this condition is and how you can prevent it if possible. Doc, thank you for making the time. Welcome back to the show. When people say they have ulcer, they just say there's a wound or something in your stomach. Is that the case?
Yes, that's true. It's an open sore. So mostly in the abdomen, there shouldn't be any sore within the abdominal lining. But then some things happen and there will be an open sore within the abdominal lining. So basically, that is what we term as peptic ulcer disease. And it can be found at any part of the GI tract. So it can be from your esophagus down to your duodenum. Yeah, so any part of the abdominal lining could get an ulcer. So any disturbance in the lining could cause an ulcer.
So the duodenum, for those of us who science teachers will not be proud of us this morning, is that from the bottom or from the top of, of the line?
So when you swallow anything, it passes through the esophagus. The esophagus can be found just here. Yeah, so it goes down into the stomach. The stomach, I mentioned last time that is found at the left side of the abdomen. So it's just below the breast. That is where the stomach is.
So the stomach is not here, as we like to. Oh, I have a pain in my stomach. And then we point in our midsection direction.
The stomach is mostly at the left side of the abdomen.
In the heart region?
Yes, around the heart, just below the heart. Okay. Yeah, so that is where the stomach is. And going down, the stomach is like a balloon, it's like a ball. And going down, so on our screens, you see the stomach, that bulb area. The big part that you see, it's a portion of the liver, but just below it is the stomach. And going down the stomach, you see that there is some curve there. That's the duodenum. So that begins the small intestine. So this is how things are packed in your abdomen. Yeah, but there are other organs that this image doesn't show. We have the liver, the kidneys, and all those things being all part of the abdomen. Yeah, but the focus is on the GI tract. So the stomach, the duodenum, and the intestines all forms parts of the GI tract. And as I mentioned earlier on, whatever you eat passes through the GI tract. So if there is any break or there is any disturbance in it, whatever you've eaten could cause some burning sensation, some discomfort if there is an opening there. That's why most people with ulcer may complain that after eating they feel the pain very severe, or sometimes when they are hungry. So when you are hungry, your stomach produces this gastric acid. That is what it melts the food you've eaten, let me put it that way. So you see that in Ghana we eat a lot of carbohydrates. So the fufu you've eaten, the banku you've eaten needs to be in a liquid form. So when it gets into the abdomen, it has to be in a liquid form so that the body can absorb it. And it's the stomach acid that does that. So when it gets into the stomach secretes this acid on it to sort of melt it into a liquid form so that the body can absorb it. So when you've not eaten or when you don't eat on time, the stomach will still produce the acid. It doesn't really wait for the food to come before the acid comes. The stomach is constantly producing the acid. And we all know the corrosive nature of acid. Even the acids that we know, we know that when you touches your skin, it's very corrosive. The hydrochloric acid in the stomach is one of the very corrosive acids, let me put it that way, because the bones you've eaten, everything that you've eaten needs to melt into a liquid form so that the body can absorb it. So it needs that strong acid. So if there is no lining to protect the abdominal organs, it means that once the acid is secreted, it could cause some corrosion within the abdominal lining. So that is what sometimes causes the ulcer. So if your stomach is producing so much of the acid and you are not eating on time, it means that when the acid is being produced, it wouldn't get any food to act on it.
Is that why sometimes you hear the rumbling in your stomach when you are hungry?
That is part, but the intestine too moves. We call it a peristalsis movement. So it moves in a worm-like nature. That one too can cause those sounds that you hear. And if you've not eaten too, because of the movement, there will be gas accumulation and all that. So all those ones could cause the sounds that you hear. Yeah, but the acid, you don't really hear any sound of it being released, but then it happens in there. Yeah,
I've heard people say that ulcers are caused by eating too much pepper. Is that true?
Not really. It can rather aggravate the pains. So as I mentioned earlier on, ulcer is an open sore, and we know that even when you have a cut on your skin and pepper goes in, you feel that burning sensation. So if you have the sore already there and you eat so much pepper, it means that it can cause the pain to be very severe. It doesn't necessarily cause the ulcer, but then once you have the ulcer and you eat too much pepper, it means that the pain, the burning nature of the pepper could cause the pains that you feel in the abdomen. So the spices, the pepper, those hot foods wouldn't really cause the ulcer, but they can make the pain become worse.
So what causes it then? You're there and then one day you go to the hospital, they say you have an ulcer. They say if you starve yourself and you don't eat enough, you get an ulcer.
Yeah, that's one bit of it. Okay. But there is also another cause. We have a bacteria called the H. pylori, the Helicobacter pylori. It's found in almost everybody. Almost everybody has the H. pylori. According to statistics, about half of the world's population has H. pylori. So most people will test positive for H. pylori, but that doesn't mean you have ulcer. You may have the H. pylori, but that is a predisposing factor for you to get the ulcer. So when you have the bacteria in there and they overgrow, they can cause some inflammations within your abdominal lining, and that could cause a breaking of the abdominal lining, the mucous lining of the abdominal lining, leading to ulcer. So everybody, as I mentioned, may have the H. pylori, but when they overgrow, then it means that they can cause an inflammation. Mostly in the body, if there is so much bacteria in the system, it causes an inflammatory response. Last week we studied typhoid and we learned that it's a form of infection. So once the infections become so much, it causes that inflammatory response and it could cause that breakage within the abdominal lining. Yeah.
What kind of signs are we looking at then once that breakdown has occurred, once there's that overload of this H. pylori that
so once they become too much, you wouldn't really get any symptoms, but then when it breaks the abdominal lining, you start having the symptoms of the ulcer, which we will get to in a bit. But then apart from the H. pylori too, there is another cause, the use of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, or NSAIDs for short. Most of the painkillers that we have on the market are NSAIDs. People feel pain, they go to the pharmacy, the drugstore, they get 1 or 2 pain medications and start taking. Some people abuse it to the extent that it can lead to ulcer. So the continual use of these painkillers, what it does is, I mentioned the abdominal lining being a protective cover for the abdomen. It's mostly produced by a hormone called prostaglandins. So that is what produces the abdominal line, the mucous lining and all that. Prostaglandin 2 is what causes pain. So the hormone prostaglandin causes pain. The same hormone prostaglandin is responsible for producing the mucous lining for the abdomen. So once you take any non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, or most of the common painkillers that we know, what it does is, because it doesn't want your body to feel the pain, it reduces the prostaglandin levels in your body. Once prostaglandin levels become low, it means that your body too will lose the ability to protect itself. Your stomach will lose the ability to protect, because
this includes even the basic ones like paracetamol, which is recommended for vulnerable groups.
No, paracetamol is not an NSAID, but then we have brufen, we have diclofenac, we have aspirin. Yeah, so those, you see that these are common painkillers that most people use. Diclofenac, most people use it. There are certain brands that a lot of people know. So all these things, what it does, it causes that breakdown because it reduces the prostaglandin levels in your system. It reduces the ability of the stomach to protect itself, thereby causing the erosion when the acid comes out. So when the acid comes, the mucous lining that will prevent the acid from corroding the abdominal lining. But once that mucous lining is not there because the prostaglandin has been diminished, it means that once the acid is produced, it can easily affect the abdominal lining, causing some corrosions in there. So these are the two major causes of peptic ulcer disease. It can be from an infection, which is the H. pylori, the overgrowth of the infection, and also the use of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, brufen, aspirin, and the likes are all examples of these NSAIDs. And when someone has an ulcer, what you mostly see is a burning sensation, because once there is an open sore, when the acid produces it causes that burning sensation. After eating, you feel that burning sensation. When you are hungry, you feel that burning sensation. So after eating, you feel the burning sensation because the food you've eaten probably will contain pepper, will contain some spices, which can all cause burning sensations within the sore. And also, when you've not eaten the stomach is still producing the gastric acid. The gastric acid will go into the sore and you feel that same burning sensation. But most people report to the hospital with chest pain. Yes, because the fundal of the abdomen, the beginning of the abdomen, let me put it that way, is within the chest area. We call it the epigastric area. So when you touch below your chest here, there is a hole there. Yeah, that is the epigastric area. Yeah, so that is where the intestine begins. And that place doesn't really have so much of the mucous lining. So once there is acid production and all that, it can cause some corrosion within those areas, and most people feel the pains at that part of the abdomen, and the pain too radiates to the back. So that is what most people need to know. So you have that burning sensation within your chest area, your epigastric area, which radiates to the back. So the same place, so that midpoint of the abdomen, you feel that same pain at the back. And also people will complain that after eating they feel pain, that same pain that I'm talking about. And also when they are hungry, they feel that same pain within those areas. And sometimes too, you feel the pain inside the abdominal cavity itself. So that is when the ulcer is located either within the stomach area or within the duodenum or any part of the GI tract. You start feeling it at those places. Yeah, so those are some of the signs that you see. When it advances or when it becomes so severe, you start having dark tarry stools. So when I say dark tarry stools, it means that the stool that you are producing will be like black. So it will be dark instead of the normal color, because when there is sore within the abdominal lining, it can sometimes bleed. So once it's bleeding and it mixes with the acid, it forms that black thing. Even those the normal acids that we know, if you pour an acid on a blood, it becomes black. Yeah, so there is a chemical reaction that goes on. So people with ulcer, people who have wounds within the abdomen and it has advanced, causing bleeding, could experience this dark stool that I mentioned. So you should take notes,
especially if you haven't had any green leafy vegetables, which would normally cause you to pass darker stools.
Yes, or if you are not taking any vitamins. If you are taking iron supplements, it can also cause that dark stool. But then if you've not taken any of these things and you start experiencing it, it means that probably your ulcer might be advancing and it could lead to those things. Yeah, so we need to take particular attention to that. Yeah.
And so what's the diagnosis regime like? Do you have to, I've heard of endoscopies and colonoscopies, and where are we when it comes to peptic ulcers and diagnosis?
So the gold standard diagnosis is the endoscopy, to know the exact place where the ulcer is located. And also during an endoscopy, a sample of the abdominal lining is taken. Sometimes it can lead to gastric cancers and all that. So we take a sample of it to check the lining if everything is in order. And also sometimes we can take a lining of your abdomen and check for the H. pylori during an endoscopy checkup.
Okay, so an endoscopy is, just in case
okay, so
my little girl is asking, Mommy, what is endoscopy?
So it's basically an imaging of the abdominal cavity. So basically there is this small camera that is attached to a wire, and you are made to swallow the camera. So as you swallow and it goes down your GI tract, there is a screen that is connected to it. You see everything. The one doing the test will see everything on the screen. So they will locate where
it sounds painful. Does that happen while you are awake?
Yeah, you are awake, but then sometimes they give some sort of something to relieve the pain, and it's not so painful. It's just a bit discomfort, but it's not so painful. Some people complain of sore throat after doing it and all that, but it's also the gold standard diagnosis for peptic ulcer. Others too may do the H. pylori test. So the H. pylori test mostly is not very conclusive. As I mentioned earlier, about half of the world's population have H. pylori. So when you do the H. pylori, the likelihood of you getting a positive results is very high. Yeah, and you may have the H. pylori all right, but then you may not have an active ulcer as I speak, as we speak. So it can give us an indication that probably your body is producing more of the H. pylori, or the infection is becoming too much, and you need to take some antibiotics or something to reduce their quantity. Otherwise, when it becomes too much, it could cause that. Some people will finish their treatment, the H. pylori treatment, still do the test, and it will still be positive. Yeah, it happens a lot. But then, to know that currently you have an ulcer, the best way is to do the endoscopy. Okay. Apart from that, too,
is it affordable, this endoscopy?
It's quite, I would say affordable, and affordable is relative.
For example, how much would you usually pay, maybe from the low end to
let's say from between 300 to 800 cedis, depending on where you do it and other things included. Sometimes you do it without a report. The doctor may be able to explain. Sometimes you need a radiologist to give a report out and all that. So all those factors come into place to affect the cost and all that. Yeah, so it's mostly within that price range.
So as it feeds into treatment, what does that look like? So you do the endoscopy, and then the doctor sees what the result is, and then what comes after as a treatment regime? So can you cure ulcers?
Yes,
can they go away entirely?
You can cure, but it's quite difficult. Let me put it that way, because it's an open sore within your abdomen. You don't really see when it's healing. It's the symptoms that we mostly use to determine whether it's healing or not. So people start treatment, the symptoms go down, and they feel like they are okay. Yeah, so then they don't come for checkup. They don't do any other tests, because, as I said, the endoscopy is quite uncomfortable. People after treatment wouldn't do it again to confirm whether everything is done.
Ideally, you need to do another endoscopy.
To make sure that everything, the wound is healed and all that. But mostly when the symptoms go down, we assume that it's okay. Yeah, but sometimes the symptoms may go down, but the sore may not be entirely healed. And we go back to our eating habits, because people with ulcer, we advise that they reduce the amount of pepper in their foods, the amount of acid. You know, some foods are acidic, some even the fruits, oranges, pineapples, and all that, they are all acidic fruits. So when you have an ulcer, we advise that you reduce the intake of those things. But people after treatment, when the symptoms go down, they go back to taking those things, and it can cause the pain to be
so that's severe. What not to take. So any acidic food will aggravate the situation and make the symptoms worse. So what should you take?
So you should take things that will calm the abdomen. So for fruits, banana is okay, because that one, you see, as banana looks like it produces more mucus, so it can help with the mucus lining of the abdomen. And also you should take foods that are calm, so you don't have to take more pepper and all those things, so that the pain wouldn't be that severe. And also, some ulcers can lead to certain complications. So people with ulcer, if it's not well treated, as I mentioned, you can have that GI bleeding, the internal bleeding, which can lead to low HB. It can lead to, some people have ulcer and they even have to get some blood transfusions and all that.
For an ulcer?
Yes, because of the bleeding. So when it begins to bleed, you may not know. Some people may be passing that dark tarry stool that I mentioned earlier on, but wouldn't really know that it's an ulcer causing that. So they will have their HB very low. People come to the hospital, we get HBs of about 5, 6 there, and they need blood
transfusion. Because ideally, a man needs to have an average HB of
about 11. Yes,
and women about 12 or 13.
Yeah. So if yours drop anywhere below 7, you need a blood transfusion instantly. So people come to the hospital and we have HBs of about 5, sometimes 4 and all that because of ulcer, because of the bleeding. So we need to stop the bleeding first and also give some blood transfusions and all that. And sometimes last week I mentioned that typhoid can cause perforations within the GI tract. Ulcer too can do same. So once you have an ulcer within any part of the GI tract, it could cause perforations within the GI tract. And the GI tract is supposed to be it should be aseptic, so there shouldn't be any foreign materials in there. Once the food you've eaten gets its way into the abdominal cavity, it should be within the GI tract. But when it moves from the GI tract to the abdominal cavity, it can cause what we call peritonitis, which is acute abdominal infections within the abdominal lining and all that. It causes very severe pains and it's a medical emergency. Once you have acute infections within your abdomen, you need to be sent to the hospital ASAP for surgery or something to be done to get rid of that particular infection there. Other than that, you could lose your life from that. So ulcer that we see as a common conditions and all that could lead to some of these complications. Some people have their intestine shortened because of ulcer and all that. So when we locate where the perforations are, we need to cut
them and then join it.
Yes. So there are so many complications that ulcer could lead to. So we don't have to just think that, for ulcer the ASA is nothing. And people jokingly think that is something that wouldn't really do anything to you, but then
it can cause death.
It can cause death. It can cause death. It can cause some life-threatening conditions and all that. We have people coming in and out of the hospital almost every day because of complications of peptic ulcer. So once you don't treat it well, it can lead to so many things. You can also enjoy your favorite foods because eating foods without pepper and all those things, it becomes quite difficult. In Ghana and in Africa, we like our spices. But when you have ulcer, you can't be taking all these things. So sometimes getting it under control at the early stages really helps. When you start having these symptoms, you need to visit the hospital to get it checked so that it wouldn't aggravate to those extreme areas.
Okay, so symptoms: burning sensation, chest pain, back pain, pain after eating, pain when hungry, dark starry stools. You need to get those checked. It could be a bacterial infection, and it could also be because you are taking some painkillers that are causing the lining of your stomach to be irritated, and the doc is saying you need to be mindful of your diet. So it sounds like a diet problem.
Not really a diet problem.
Is it a lifestyle problem then?
Could be, and people like starving themselves.
Under the guise of
I want to lose weight. Okay. So people don't really eat as they should. So you could see that sometimes when you start starving yourself, you start having those pains. It means that your body is telling you something. Things are changing within the body and you need to take particular attention to it. So when you start having those chest pains and all that, and you notice that you've not eaten, ideally you need to take meals every 6 hours. So that is why we mostly say that you need to take a three course meal.
Meals a day.
Yes. So you take your breakfast, you take your lunch, you take your supper. But due to some 1 or 2 issues, people are not able
ratio
to.
These days, there's a whole ratio: 1:1, 0:1.
Yes. So, but whatever it is, even if you are doing 1:1 or whatever ratio it is, you should get something small within your abdomen.
So if you have ulcer, then fasting is out for you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, medically fasting wouldn't be good for you. Yes, because the more you fast, the more the symptoms becomes worse. People come to the hospital and we advise them not to be fasting once they have the ulcer. Some people still will go ahead to do the fasting anyway, but then the best way is not to be doing it, because it sometimes makes the symptoms quite severe. So once you start the fasting, you start having those symptoms, and you may even have to rush back to the hospital to get some checkup. So you don't have to starve it. You can do some small chops and all that, so that always there will be something in your abdomen. Once the acid comes out and it has nothing to work with, it means
then
that
it works on your stomach
definitely. And also chewing gum. That is one major thing, because once you are chewing gum, your body there is this communication with your brain that you are eating. Yes, so once you are chewing gum and there is nothing in your abdomen, your stomach's acid becomes more like your stomach begins to produce more acid. So it can lead to that. So once you are not eating, and funny enough, people fasting too will like chewing gum.
Yeah, because it keeps your mouth fresh and
so
all that.
we tend to have more ulcer cases mostly after fasting, especially the ones that we know, the Muslim fasting. Around that time, we tend to have more people coming to the hospital with that, because once they are fasting, they will be chewing gum and all that, and sometimes it can cause the ulcer to be worse.
So at Medimoses, what do you do for peptic ulcer people?
Yes, so we do all the tests that I mentioned. We do the H. pylori test. For the endoscopy, we have a center that we liaise with to do the endoscopy and all that. So once you have any symptoms of the ulcer, you know that Medimosis is there for you. And one thing with the H. pylori is, as I said, it's quite difficult to treat. Yeah, so most of the antibiotics that we have, last week I mentioned antibiotic resistance and all that because of the abuse of the antibiotics. Medimosis garlic capsules is an immune booster. What it does is it helps your body to fight the infection. So once the infection is there and your body is fighting it, it wouldn't overgrow. So people with ulcer, people with H. pylori infection, if you've done any test to confirm that you have H. pylori infection, Medimosis garlic capsules is there for you to help prevent the overgrowth of the H. pylori infection. So because people take the antibiotics, they will go back to check and it will still be there. So you need something to boost your immune system so that your immune system will be able to fight the infection, not really the antibiotics, because sometimes it may not be able to deal with it very well. So once you have ulcer, Medimosis is there for you. We also have some herbal preparations that are able to reduce the symptoms of the ulcer, reduce the acid production, because as I said, once the acid is being produced, it could cause the ulcer. When the sore is there too and the acid is being produced, it means that it will make it difficult for the sore to heal. So you need to suppress the acid production so that your body can work on fighting or on healing the sore. So mostly in the orthodox setting, they have these antacids, preparation, that looks not really liver salts. It's an antacid. It neutralizes the effect of the acid. So it's like an alkaline solution. When you take it, it neutralizes the burning sensation of the acid. We have a herbal preparation for that too. So what it does, it reduces the production of the acids and all that, so that the symptoms of the ulcer could be minimized.
Doc, share your contact so people may be able to reach you.
So if you want to call Medimosis, you can call on 0244 068 447. That's 0244 068 447. So if you have any of the symptoms that we mentioned, if you've been diagnosed, you've done any test to confirm that you have peptic ulcer disease, Medimosis is your one-stop clinic to visit, and we can treat you of all these conditions and more. So the number again is 0244 068 447. 0244 068 447.
Let's point to say Medical PR, Medimosis Medical Center. Thank you so much for sitting with us. So we've been talking peptic ulcer disease. If you find yourself in need of such services, you know where to go. Medimosis will give you the garlic capsules, which can be used as an immune booster, and some herbal preparations which have been tried and tested and approved to be used for such purposes, and you can get all the help that you can. In the meantime, eat safe, and if you are having this condition, a peptic ulcer, no fasting for you, and of course, no chewing gum as well. Eat lots of banana, and the acids will be much more friendly on your stomach. We'll take a quick break. When we return, the breakfast show continues. Remember, our sponsors, Awake Purified Mineral Water, Virtual Sounds Lab at Asylum Down right here in Accra, and of course, Medimoses. We'll be back after this break.
some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh.
On breakfast, it's always a sizzling helping of breakfast here on GTV, and we want to hear from you this morning. What's on your mind? What are the thoughts that are keeping you up at night? Valerie is here with me. Perhaps she'll share some of hers. What's on my mind is I think weddings are beautiful. Over the weekend, I attended a wedding at Mount Zion Methodist Church at Sakumono. Derek and Belinda Adumakubuating, Mr. and Mrs. Derek and Belinda Adumakubuating. Congratulations to you. Because now, until now, you are not the only Adumakubuating in here. So, hey, shout outs to you. Or congratulations. I think weddings are beautiful. Yeah. And I love attending weddings. And don't even get me started on the wedding food. That's really good. I think we should have happy thoughts. I'm sure everybody's something on your mind may be negative, but think about the joyous things in your life. The people who bring you joy and happiness.
I agree.
I miss my grandma. She loved weddings as well. But hey, we are here.
Oh, you're emotional, T. You're emotional.
What's on your mind this morning?
So quickly, let's do a run through on what's on
the trends.
Everybody, So on X, Ghana Trends, Nkrumah is trending with 15.6k posts. That's number one on trending. Duplantis is trending. Alvarez is trending. Founders Day is trending. Scanty is trending. BB Niger is trending. JB Dankwa is trending. Elections 2024 is in the trends. So what?
Canada Japan is on my trends as well.
Yeah, we have many tweets.
Loads of them. Let me see. How many? 16.3k posts.
Wow.
Yep.
Because of his apology.
Comments that he made.
Yes.
So, lots of stuff, you know.
Okay, so what's on my mind is, so I decided to, from this month, spread positivity every day on the show. And I decided to start with the workplace because I was doing a survey and people were just sharing how toxic workplaces are. So last week I shared a post about teamwork and how holding each other's hands, jaw join, makes the dream work. So this week I'm just saying, like, you know, just appreciate people. Appreciate people. See your cameraman, Mr. Edu, say, hey, Mr. Edu, I appreciate you, you know. Just appreciate people and smile. It makes people feel good, even if they are feeling bad inside people. So appreciation is what's on my mind today.
Hey, and so appreciate the people. I said, listen, sometimes people just bring you joy. Appreciate them. And as for those who give you grief,
let's not talk about them. Let's not talk about them. Let's not talk about them.
Like when Patient Ozoko said, God, take care of my friends. As for my enemies, I know how to handle them. So God doesn't have to, you know, waste too much time on with those people. But hey, positivity is what Valerie is saying. What's on your mind? Yeah. The number is on your screen. Tell us what is keeping you up at night. So Founders Day, the holiday was yesterday, and the conversations around where to put the apostrophe and whether it's before the S or after the S or no apostrophe.
Which one is right?
So it's the S apostrophe is yesterday's one. Previously, we used to have apostrophe S, which was only Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, but now we've broadened the net, and others are also being, you know, hailed for their roles in our independence. So the official one that I have seen is the S apostrophe. Of course, the conversation around there's only one, you know, founder. And there are others who helped, also, you know, quite topical. And we've seen His Excellency the President talk about it. We've seen the former president also talking about it. It's still making the rounds on social media and other platforms. Founders Day is still in the trends. So What do you want to share?
Still on Founders Day, on the streets, that's it. You know how we are on social media, we have to keep up with what's happening. So someone shared a tweet and said, Ghana, if that's the rating, then we have one rating, that's 1 star.
1 rating?
Yeah. You know when you're rating, when like there's an app.
5 star.
Yeah, and you're rating, Ghana has 1 rating.
Based on what? What's the basis for
Based
that?
on the achievements
of
since independence. They believe,
achievements.
they believe Ghana has been rated 1 star.
I find that quite unfair.
Exactly. So that raised a debate across social media, and people were looking at the humorous side, but then, hey, it raised some questions as well.
Just social media to add some humor to your life.
Indeed.
Yeah. You can't be bored in this country unless you don't have data. But I think that as a country, we've come a long way. I can in no way, claim to be an authority on our history and our struggles, but I think that there's a lot for us to be grateful for. Could things be better? Definitely, yes.
Things could be better.
Yes.
The Accra-Tema motorway could be better.
Oh, you want to go there?
I mean, after the resurfacing, the rains came, and the potholes came again. But then this morning, using the motorway, I realized that it's been resurfaced again with tar.
I'll come to you. Someone has joined our phone lines and wants to share some thoughts with us. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Good morning. I'm Papa Ahin, calling from Asankregwa.
Papa Ahin from Asankregwa. What's on your mind this morning?
Okay, I would like to briefly comment about the confusion about the founder of this nation as to whether it's founders or just one founder. We are debating now. Okay, first of all, you have to look at the nation called Ghana and our independence struggle. Before the coming in of Kwame Nkrumah, our independence struggle was limited to the coastal states and some block of the eastern region. That is undeniably true. In fact, in the quest of the UGCC, their independence struggle didn't include the Trans-Togo land, the Trans-Volta Togo land. It didn't include the Northern Territories. It was Kwame Nkrumah who gave the independence of Ghana a national appeal by bringing in the Ashanti territories and bringing in the Northern Territories and the Trans-Volta Togo lands. So if we are looking at the modern state called Ghana, which includes all these states we have talked about, it is the handiwork of Nkrumah. But for Nkrumah, we would have been limited to the Gold Coast, which is the central portions of the western region and the greater Accra and portions of the eastern region. Because part of the eastern region belongs to Atantamai as we speak now. So Kwame Nkrumah gave our independence and national appeal. But come to think of it, we are today saying J.B. Dankwa was part of the independence struggle. He's part of the founders of Ghana. We are saying Jacob Lamte and what have you. Fine. Let's even admit that. So when the motion of destiny was moved for Ghana to get their independence, who are those who opposed it? Why are those who oppose our independence motion now saying that they should be credited for being part of the founding fathers of this nation? When we were preparing the soup, you pour it away. Now we find a way to prepare the soup, and you are saying we should credit you for being the one who put salt into the soup.
Papa, are you a teacher of history? Are you a historian? I just want to have an understanding of your background.
I am a student of history.
Okay.
And I have studied history dispassionately without any biases. Is that okay? It cannot be so that when we were moving our motion of destiny, you decided not fit to get our independence. In fact, when J.B. Dankwa told the British that they are not going to move away from the alliance with the British, but it is Nkrumah's whose radicalism led to the 1948 shooting riots. And we all know how the 1948 shooting riots catapulted or catalyzed our independence struggle.
Papa,
when
thank you.
it came to the point, they stand themselves for it, said that they had nothing to do about it.
Thank you for adding,
Today we want to
for
make
sharing your thoughts with us.
The founder of this nation, some are even going to the sense of saying that he brought the name Ghana. Really?
So for you, the founder of Ghana is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
If John the Baptist cannot be the founder of Christianity, James Dankwa and Co cannot be the founder of Ghana.
Thank you, Papa.
It was John the Baptist who baptized
for
Jesus
adding
Christ.
your voice to this debate.
So, founder of Ghana is solely Kwame Nkrumah. All other ones can go and look for the nation they wanted the British to keep on ruling to be their founder.
Thank you, Papa. Quite a spirited argument he puts forward, saying that it's Osajifo and nobody else. So yesterday we had similar conversations here, and Palgrim Bachidankwa was trying to make the point. Lawyer Jantua was in here, and our other guests. Everybody just, added their 2 cents to this. For those of us who are reading history, we are just sitting there and just watching, because you have to wonder where where the chips are falling, because you're asking yourself, is what I know what I know?
Was what we learned in school what I know, or was
there's a lot of our history that we have not been taught. Yes. And I think now these conversations should, I hope, bring a healthy debate of the aspects of our history that had not been captured in our book, so that we'll have a clearer picture. I think someone else is on our phone lines, and we'll pick their thoughts as well. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Hello, I'm Boama. I'm calling from Kumasi.
Boama from Kumasi. What's on your mind today?
I think Kwame Nkrumah should be hailed, and in time immemorial, people know that Kwame Nkrumah has been the star for Ghana. So why now? So Kwame Nkrumah should be hailed, and across Africa and the world, he has been known. I believe this thing shouldn't come with a banter. All must endeavor to hail Kwame Nkrumah. That's my point.
Boama, thank you for keeping it short and sweet. He said Kwame Nkrumah must be hailed. Yeah. When I listened to the president's speech, he did say that Kwame Nkrumah undoubtedly played a key role. It's just that it's his view that others also contributed. So
it's only fair that their names be highlighted as well. Well,
I've heard, and on social media, people can be quite funny. We're talking about how people just like to make jest. And someone was asking a question, I want to find out how I can get my father's name on the list of founders. And I'm saying, well, is your father one of the people that's on the history books already? And if they made a contribution, we would know about it by now. So let's not joke about some of these things, okay? There are people who have actually, put a lot into...
Yeah, and people are learning. For persons like myself, we are looking to see if history is going to be... Was it botched? What we learned in school, was it botched? So it's a learning process for everybody. So I think there are times when...
So that we include all these details. And I think they are captured. It's just that it's so fragmented. When I was studying history, or when I was taught the history of Ghana in school, there's a lot that was left out. It was in secondary school when we studied history, actually, in the history of Ghana, that some of these stories about the Aborigines Rights Protection Society and all those... But we know generally about the 48 routes. We know what those general things are. But the personalities and individuals behind who were pushing these things, where are the
contributions?
Names? So yesterday someone mentioned Nikwabna Bone, the Uswala Tamanche, and what he did with the boycott of European goods and all that. So there's a whole conversation that we need to have about our history.
And in the era now where social media is rife, things are properly going to be documented.
Yeah, we've got to properly document stuff. Our guys are on the ground, and we'll be joining them very shortly to see what they can report for us on our road corner. Is Darrell and Kofi Traffic? They look like they are very close to us near the front of GBC. Yep. What can you report, guys?
Hi, thank you very much, Thelma, for coming to us. As usual, we're coming to you from the very front of the GBC establishment. We're on the pedestrian crossing down right across the road from us. And as you have rightly said, we have been really very busy. We've had to intervene a few times to get traffic flowing smoothly, and also pedestrians using the road or the zebra crossing in a way and manner in which they should do it. If my camera would pan around and quickly switch over to Kofi, you will find that man is proper busy. And one thing we've just observed, very worrying really, is a commuter on the ring road attempting a wrong or an illegal U-turning, trying to U-turn where they should rather be driving ahead. And once again, you find Kofi with arms raised, trying very hard to get commuters to slow down, to allow pedestrians to cross safely. It is rather unfortunate, really, given that this is not the very first time this exercise has been carried out on this stretch of road, and still commuters are not necessarily paying attention. I wonder if everybody driving on this road is doing so as a matter of they're doing that for the very first time. This exercise has been carried out here time and again, yet we're having to intervene in order to get commuters to pay attention to pedestrians on our highways. I mentioned earlier how a commuter tried an illegal U-turn on the main highway, one which is really very dangerous, not only for them, but also for other road users as well as pedestrians. In that, if my camera would capture this yellow car where they made the U-turn, the illegal U-turn was carried out in the opposite direction, in which case putting not just themselves in harm's way, but also those driving from behind them will not necessarily easily know that they are U-turning, and that could have caused an accident.
And the irony is that while he was trying to do the illegal U-turn, there was a guy on a bicycle riding against traffic and complaining about the man doing an illegal. The irony is rich.
Two people doing the wrong thing, but one having the nerve to complain.
The irony is rich. We're going to try to get her to cross.
And so, as you look on, yes, we just simply have to intervene in order to get commuters getting across safely. This is rather unfortunate. And what worries me really is daily we come here and we see police officers, countless number of them, getting or riding past or driving past and not seeing the need to assign an officer to ensure that pedestrians cross safely. Do we have any reason why that is?
He probably has something more important to do. What can I say?
What could be more important than the lives of your people?
That's my point. It's my question.
It's rather unfortunate, really, to think that we don't care. But will they show up if there's an accident?
Is he trying to cross?
I guess that's what he's trying to do. Yes.
Let's go.
It really is a heartbreak to think that this is what happens daily. Yeah. Hey, look. What? Where are you going? Where are you? Why are you? You can't do this. This is not allowed. You can't ride this way. No, you cannot ride this way. You are riding against oncoming traffic. You're putting everybody else in danger.
M19
GR 1639. What is wrong with us?
Wait.
What is wrong with us?
Okay, you can go now.
This needs a critical attention. It needs a critical attention, and it's about time. It's about time authorities really look at this thing again.
It's madness.
It is not proper. It is not right. Maybe we should look at the people we issue licenses to. We should look at them.
And
because not everyone behind the wheel.
And then do some psychological evaluations.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe not everyone behind the wheel is qualified enough to be behind the wheel.
Yep. I agree.
It's
now some
better.
positive development. So a guardrail is being constructed on the right side of this road.
Yes, just where the trotro has parked illegally.
Yes, this is an illegal stop.
Yes, because a few 50 to 60 meters away from where it is stopped, there's a bus stop.
Let's go.
For trotro drivers or commercial drivers who use this road, they really can't be forgiven if they pretend or if they say they're unaware that there is a pedestrian crossing here, so they'll approach carefully and cautiously. That is just unbelievable. It is just unbelievable. Why we do this to ourselves every day, it's inexplicable. I cannot for the life of me understand how this could be the case. But yeah, this is GH. This is GH, man. This is GH. Whatever you do, you'll find the odd one in there. Yes. Yes, some. Why not? In fact, it's unbelievable to a lot of people. It's unbelievable to a lot of people. What you seem to do every other week.
Because people should really be slowing down automatically when you see a pedestrian crossing.
Look, a pedestrian should feel safe to walk on a pedestrian crossing, not jump on it in anxiety, wondering whether the next person is going to stop or ride them over. It is not the best thing to do. And the usual suspect, those who stop on the pedestrian crossing in order to pick up passengers.
The trotters.
I call them the usual suspect. Exactly what I was talking about. There you go, there you go, there you
He's
go.
stopping on
and right there, he's on the pedestrian crossing.
My brother.
How do you expect someone to come across? All right, okay, so so far so good. Our intervention at least has guaranteed the safe crossing of a few pedestrians. Kofi and I, while still on here, we're hoping that people will understand and know that indeed it is a pedestrian cross and not a start point for a motor race. Really. Kofi, I guess we've got to hand over back to studio. And so,
yes, indeed.
Your final words?
Final words is that stay safe on the roads, respect the road markings. Pedestrians have a right to the road. Motorcycles, please don't drive against traffic. And let's just be safe out there, all right? Let me help our man cross the road. We're done.
Thank you very much. While he does...
Thank you, guys, for that update. That sport is a very problematic sport. I think everybody who works at GBC has a story of that sport. Let's just, be respectful of the road regulations and just abide, okay? Abide by the rules, is what you're saying. Val, thank you for sitting with us and for sharing your thoughts. You didn't even get to land on the motorway issue, but I know it's because of the bad state of the road.
I'll come back
and it needs
again,
to be fixed.
definitely.
So you have another opportunity. Thank you, Papa Ahin from Asankregwa and also Boama in Kumase for sharing your thoughts of the day with us on Founders Day. And Kofi Traffic and Daryl bringing us the road safety report. We'll take a quick break. When we return, the show continues. Stay with us. from the front page to page 3, so no chance for the other parties. And
where's
I want to see what.
Where's Ekuadonko?
I'm sure Ekuadonko is in there somewhere. So this is pitting it against. So they have it's saying that while the smaller parties have struggled, the New Patriotic Party, NPP, and the National Democratic Congress, NDC, have grown in size, capacity, and influence, narrowing the political space for the, is this saying pretenders?
Yes,
and
pretenders.
Swallowing the chunk of their membership along the way. You can get details of that story in today's edition of the Daily Graphic.
Okay, I'm going to the top. There's a picture of our President Akufo-Addo. Nkrumah Not So Nation's founder Akufo-Addo stirs debate. That's on page 3. Same vein, Mahama State will resist attempt to rewrite country's history. That story is on pages 16 and 49.
Okay. Stakeholders call for more housing fairs. Graphic Greta exhibition excites patrons. Affordable housing on the topic.
Okay. Women heads of electoral bodies must consolidate democracy. Jean Mensah, she's EC chairperson, looking dashing.
So that's it for the front page of today's edition of the Daily Graphic. The Daily Guide is on the screen now.
Right on page 3, it says, we'll have constant electricity supply. Herbert Crapper
NPP is launching its manifesto on the 18th of August. We are told it will happen in Takrady. You can get details on page 3.
Okay. And on the top corner, President Akufo-Addo is saying, I have done my best.
Okay. Michael Quay Jr. assists 570 WASI students. We can see the aspirant for Dom Kwabenya pictured with that story.
Okay, gold exports to hit $10 billion by end of 2024. Picture there is Martin A, CEO of the Chamber of Commerce.
Yep. Let's stick to our founding fathers' ideals. Vice President and NPP flag bearer Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia speaking the details on page 6 of today's edition of the Daily Guide. The Chronicle.
Okay, Martin AC, CEO, Minerals Commission, is saying gold exports to hit a record $10 billion by the end of 2024.
President Akufo-Addo pictured at his inauguration on January 7, 2017. It's been the greatest honor to serve as president. Akufo-Addo tells Ghanaians.
Okay, we will continue to keep the lights on. Herbert Crapper shows as he visits power plants.
And is the NPP occupying that top corner? Flag bearer Bawumia outdooring Samuel Ewuku as NPP PC for Kwapim North constituency generates ideas to drive Ghana's future. Bawumia urges Ghanaians.
Okay, and our verse
for the
day says Isaiah 41:10. So do not fear, for I'm with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God.
This one in Ghana will say Kashegbe Shiminkebuyo. Kakwe Ohe Shimiji Onyumole. Isaiah 41:10. Hey, we are speaking locally. Yesterday we had a good chat about local
I know.
So
I was on a
great.
beat, yeah.
So, I love that song. So Chronicle is what today's front page is looking like. Let's see the Daily Dispatch. I'll come back after 4 years for renewal. Mahama will not come back. Bawumia to swing voters.
Okay, let us work together during elections to make Ghana proud. IGP Dampare pictured there.
A book review, Revolution and Democracy in Ghana, the Politics of Jerry Rawlings. Photograph of our late president, Jerry John Rawlings, Flight Lieutenant. May he continue to rest in peace. That's today's edition of the Daily Dispatch.
Okay, the New Crusading Guide. Leave Yohonu alone. Nanado consulted wisely before appointing him.
Court order stay of execution over Ajirigan and Boteman property claims.
Okay, Bawumia rocks NPP base in the Eastern region, urges Ghanaians to adopt a mindset of possibilities.
Okay. The National House of Chiefs petition to expunge Bankahene's name from Register of Chiefs.
Okay. Jogate Committee report on Black Shield recommend insurance for security transactions.
Government regional town halls and exhibition kicks off today. So we're seeing Greater Accra Regional Minister Titus Glover and others there. I think that looks like the Finance Minister and the Minister for Information.
Yes, indeed, it's all of them.
Yeah. So that's it for today's New Crusading Guide newspaper. The Daily Statesman, let's adopt possibilities mindset. Baumia urges the nation. Details on page 2.
Okay, GDP sees 36% expansion under Kufuor.
Mohammed's return will mess up Ghana's progress. Kwesi Botre Jr. of the NPP communications team speaking that story.
Ghana's gold exports to hit $10 billion by end of 2024. Martin Aisi there.
And Parliamentary Committee recommends insurance to protect investors. Those stories are on today's edition of the Daily Statesman. Okay. Graphic sports. It's Paris 2024. If you've been following the games, I'm sure that you're having a super swell time. We're seeing Julian Alfred winning the women's 100 meters gold. Noah Lyles, men's 100 meters gold. Of course, America's sweetheart Simone Biles.
Loving her.
All
Loving
time.
her.
They say that she's the greatest gymnast of all time in America. Novak Djokovic, tennis, singles, gold, heroes of Paris 2024.
That's it. Relay team carry Ghana's Olympic hopes. And there's a picture of Amwa, Fuseni, Botiu, and Azamati.
Kotoko coach targets league title success, and that's what the local league is looking like. But hey, the attention for now is on Paris and everything that's happening there. The football season will kick off, but after the Olympic Games. That's it for the graphics for today's edition, bringing us to an end of the newspaper front pages.
Yes, indeed,
we'll hand it over back to Kaf.
Hasta la vista,
baby.
Let's go.
Hello, you're watching GTV Breakfast, August 6, 2024, 7:41. Thanks to the ladies for the headlines. And I'm here with the gentlemen to look at what the headlines hold for us this morning. Dr. Jabuntia Zato is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana Political Science Department. He's on the far right, as you see him on your screen in the political suits. In the middle, in the tie, a blue suit, just like mine, is the Director General of the Internal Audit Agency, Dr. Eric Udru Osai. And sitting next to him in the wonderful African print is none other than our favorite psychologist, our clinical psychologist, Professor Daniel Bruce. Gentlemen, you are all welcome to the show. The last time we met, we were in July. We're now in August.
Yes.
So it's good to see you all here.
Yes.
A lot of things are happening in this month of August. I see a lot of youth action around the world. So the Bangladeshi Prime Minister resigned and fled the country.
To India.
To India. I hear the Indians who don't want her, UK who doesn't want her. And these are major trading partners of Bangladesh. Why don't they want the former Prime Minister? Nigeria too is boiling with, they say, 10 days of rage. And they really do not want to listen to what the president is saying. In the UK, there have been some anti-immigration movements and actions on the streets, hundreds of arrests following the stabbings of some 3 young girls, really unfortunate. It seems, and then of course we had the Kenya youth action that forced President Ruto to make a few changes to his cabinet. What is going on? Let me start with the political scientist. What's with all this ferment of youth action who want to make things happen in their country? For example, the Bangladeshi protesters are saying they won't accept an army-led government after the PM exited, and people are making demands all over the place. What's going on? Is this a new trend?
Thank you. I will do that, but before that, can I start with something small at home?
Is it about your roads?
Yeah, and also by something that
Sisala roads.
It's about Sisala roads.
Because if nothing's our thinking and our tolerance.
No, but just something more. Look, I'm on a friend's Facebook page. The name is Beneve Venu. This is what he says: Gods of our forefathers, we have neglected you for a foreign god, but I know you are still with us. hear the cry of the innocent children among us and help us with the rain. Our crops are dying. And the crops are actually dying.
It's dry. It's really,
if
really
you
dry.
go to all, look, the month of August in Sicily is called Jepua. That's the Sicily name. Jepua simply means rotten foundation, rotten walls. So it's direct, rotten walls. It means this is when it rains.
And so things just...
So much so that the walls of your, because houses fall like this.
Yeah, because they are inundated.
Good. So nowadays we are seeing it because most of the walls have been built with concrete and cement. But that is Jepua means that. So it's supposed to rain and so it's not.
It's not raining.
It's as dry as anything. And every day you just see pictures. Farmers are crying.
Yeah.
So let's pray. And as he said, maybe Allah and God have forsaken us. Maybe we should go back to the gods.
Okay.
When we're kids, whenever it was like this, we'll go out. We'll go to the junction of Tumu, give us a goat. We'll go out and cry to the gods for rain. And I tell you, almost always the rain will beat us back home. Rain will beat us back home, and then it doesn't stop.
The gods like goat meat.
No, the gods hear our cries.
Okay, it's not the goat meat.
No, it's not the goat meat. We end up eating the goat meat. Actually, the gods just like the blood. They just like the blood of the goat meat.
Okay.
So we end up. So I think, look, something must happen because it's the maize.
It's the maize.
It's the maize that is dying.
No, I know what you're talking about. Our team was in Wa the whole of last week. Why is as dry
It's
as a bone?
and
Upper West is dry.
Yes, so that is and because most of these farmers have invested in their farms, and it's horrible. So let's pray to the gods, the sun god of Tumu, and all the gods we invoke.
You can drop a prayer in Sisal. Short prayer. Invoke.
Tumu we here, Tumu Vincent Kalala Lon Lomane. Baria. Normally, any drone on called drone to Lusin Jam Pojam. Bilmanyare La Loloma Kalane. Baga fu mapelele at maybe an man call Lusun to Jan Lucina Sajo Jamavanga, maybe a last soul man. Mapelele, I can do nunco. Lache drone, Malala Hanami. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. What did you say?
I'm invoking the sun god of Tumu and all the gods of Tumu to help us, to bring us rain.
Okay.
If not, there will be hunger.
All right.
And if there's hunger, it won't be good. So they should help us.
What is the name of the sun god in Sisal?
In Tumu Weheye.
Tumu Weheye.
Tumu Weheye.
Tumu Weheye.
Yes.
Okay.
The sun god of
Weheye. Okay. Is he the most important in the pantheon of gods?
No idea.
Okay.
Yes.
Sun god. Yeah, of course, the sun brings you light. And
life.
And life.
Yes.
All right.
Everything else emanates from there. So we hope Tumu Weheye
will listen.
We'll listen to our prayers.
Yeah.
And all the other gods will join. Okay.
Amen.
Okay.
Now to the youth protesters.
Yes. Look, it's true. It's true that yes, we are seeing this outpouring of it, and that is there are a lot of things that are moving them. There's the idea of the globalization, and there's the idea in the power of the people. The youth, in particular, other people have refused or trying to reject the status quo, where they are ignored, maligned, and allowed to stand aside, while, let me say, older people make the decisions and don't make decisions. The youth of the world have decided that they too have a say, and that if they use the conventional or the traditional means of saying things, that will not help. And that is why we are seeing this outpouring of goodwill. Some of it is copycat. Maybe some of it have seen, look, this is what has happened in Bangladesh, in Kenya it is working, this is what has happened in this one. And you want to see that there's also the idea of taking democracy on the road. The moment January 7, when the Americans tried to, when the Republicans led by Donald Trump tried to storm the Congress, it never happened. We've seen similar things. So leaders must then begin to ask themselves, we need new theories, we need new methodologies, we need new approaches to address the critical concerns that the youth have. Because it's clear that the old methods and the old approaches do not work. But there's something that is that people are blindly also then saying that, oh, we need a similar thing, we'll get a similar thing in Ghana. And I always say, look, be careful what you wish for. Whenever this time, be careful what you wish for. Because no matter what, this country is far better off under the democratic dispensation we have. No matter what, this country, we are just 4 months for an election where everybody can go out and make their voices clear. Because if you truncate the system, if you do anything that truncates the system, who is going to benefit and who is going to lose? Part of the reason for this happening is that when people do not have the opportunity to express their fears, to express their concerns, fortunately we do. In 6 months' time, we have that opportunity. And people are going to go into it. So for me, there's this copycat idea that's going wrong. There's this concept that the youth is not listened to and listened to enough. And we need to do that. We need new measures, new approaches, new theory to begin to address the concerns of the youth all over the world, and then we'll see how they are going to work. Because if not, time will catch up with us. And Nigeria, as you will see, is particularly unique. They've always been on these problems before. And that was why when the new government came, Nigerians looked for a new change. It did not happen. Where we go from here is important. How, and it's also, look, how the protesters handle it and how the government also responds to it, both are equally important at this particular stage. And I will just hope that they will make the right decisions.
So ECOWAS has been urging those protesters in Nigeria to heed President Tinubu's call for dialogue. I'm reading this from the Punch newspaper in Nigeria. So let's see whether the youth will even listen to ECOWAS.
No, because the question then becomes, if you have demands, right, you have to dialogue those demands. You have to sit and say, look, these are our demands. And then you work out what is achievable and what is not achievable. Because just because you have demands does not mean that other people, other sectors of the economy do not have demands. And just because you have them, remember, he is a democratically elected president. He did not impose himself. Majority of Nigerians elected him. And so it could not be that because you lost the elections, you are trying to come through a back door to govern through a back door. We cannot do that. Because again, he has a responsibility for majority of the Nigerians who voted for him. He won the elections, fair and square.
But so it doesn't seem this protest is politically inspired. It's the young people.
No, you see, that's what I'm saying. Now, if it is youth inspired, they mean they need answers.
Yes.
It means they need solutions. That is why you need to negotiate. What do you want? How do we get there? You understand what I'm saying? Because there has to be an ultimate objective. What is the value? What is the ultimate objective of that protest? What is it? What do you want? I don't know whether you understand.
No, I get what you're saying.
So if you
What's
are
your end game?
there's a reason why you are protesting. You want A, you want B, you want C, you want D. Now, you have to now sit down and negotiate. You cannot say, one, I'm protesting, two, I will not negotiate. If you don't negotiate, how did you get it? Because we live, the democratic system will prevent the approach to public policy, we call the pluralist system. Pluralism here simply means that there are different competing factors in the making of public policy. The power does not reside with one person at all. So if you are in a pluralist system, that means that you also have to negotiate. So for me, it's the call is, and you see, sometimes this is the problem. This is where it gets to. When it is now time to negotiate, who negotiates for this youth? Who negotiates? And what do they negotiate for? And sometimes, see, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes like a dog that is barking or chasing a car, right? It may not catch the car, or sometimes if it catches the car, it cannot even drive. The moment you say, okay, let's negotiate, who is going to, now, the first problem the youth is going to have is that who is going to represent us in that negotiation? Who is going to negotiate? And then you are going to have demands. Somebody's going to stand and say, let's talk about these demands. You understand? So my point is that, yes, it's time for Nigeria to heal. It's time for them to say, okay, look, we've negotiated for this long. These are our demands. Let's sit down and talk about them. Because that is the only way. If you don't want the army to come out of the barracks, then you want to sit down and say, let's negotiate this. I don't think the youth of Nigeria want the army out of the barracks, right? They don't want that. If you do, because remember, in fact, here's something that people don't understand. And I was saying, if the army was in charge, you can't demonstrate. You do realize you can't. The fact that you are exercising that right to demonstrate is because the army is not there. It's because it's a democratic system. And demonstration and protesters becomes another form of policy making. So, my request to them is to kindly sit down, negotiate, come up with your demands, negotiate with your demands, and negotiate in good faith and find a solution, because there has to be a middle ground somewhere.
Okay. Talking of the army, I'm going to come to Dr. Hossain now. So the Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has resigned and fled, and the chief of the army is now in charge of the interim process. And I'm reading from one of their newspapers, Bangladesh wins freedom once again. And they're almost comparing it with the French Revolution of 1789. It was basically student protesters who turned the whole thing upside down, chased the lady out of town. But there were excesses. People were looting the parliament and the prime minister's official residence. The lady's gone. There's it's just confusion and almost like an uprising. And it's the whole youth theme that I'm exploring this morning. What do you make of all that news happening there? And then what's happening closer to home, just 2 countries away from us, 3 countries away from us in Nigeria?
Yes, Carl. Good morning to our viewers and listeners.
And lessons for Ghana.
Yes. I think that, you see, the army or the military normally come in to maintain law and order. That is all. They are not to come in to rule, because most countries have signed on to constitutional democracy where the rule of law applies. What I think happening across the world, or 2 countries away from Ghana, is that we are not listening to the views of the vulnerable in society. I don't want to call them minority. And the vulnerable in society in governance are women, elderly, persons with disabilities, and the youth. Ghana, we've been able to cure it some way, somehow, with a national youth policy, and recently the passage of the affirmative bill awaiting assent. What I think is also happening is that technology is really aiding them, because these Gen Zs, I mean, as soon as news drops, it spreads and they know everything that is happening globally. When we say the world is a global village, the youth of today understands it more than the elderly. The third one is also about the need to deepen participatory democracy. And if you want to deepen participatory democracy, you improve popular participation. How do you improve popular participation? You do that by ensuring that governance is brought closer to the people, and for the people to feel that they are part of governance. That is failure. I see failure of proper decentralization and local governance in this context. Because the youth thinks that, look, decisions taken today affects us directly or indirectly. In future, most of you will not be around. We will be the ones to pay the loans you are signing on today. If it is a 30-year loan, 40-year loan, those signing on to the loan, those approving the loans today, which of them will be alive? And if they will be alive, you can imagine they will be old. The youth thinks that some of these decisions affect us. What are the spaces for our participation? So it is a wake-up call for all of us. Let us create the spaces for the youth to participate in their governance. How do we do this? If you have a national youth policy, make sure that you listen to the youth. If you go before you go to parliament, and I think that this representative democracy is gradually failing. Question then is, those who represent us, whether assembly members, whether MPs, do they represent us or they represent themselves? What kind of consultation do they do before they go to parliament or before they go to the assembly? So I think all these things are happening because we are not allowing proper decentralized governance to fester in these countries. And it is about time we realize or recognize that the youth of today are the future leaders. We should involve them in decision making. You go to countries like Uganda, etc. They create spaces for the youth. What are we doing? Lessons for Ghana is that most of the political parties are now launching their manifestos. They should make sure that they have proper policies to involve and engage the youth and make them part of the decision-making process as far as governance is concerned. I want to see the youth policies of all the political parties as and when they finalize their manifestos.
So, Dr. Asai, I want to see youth policies. Dr. Zato thinks that, hey, the young people must listen to what ECOWAS is saying about dialogue to get things better. But, Prof. Bruce, so last week, a high court in this country blocked civil society groups from holding protests in Accra, joining other African governments trying to quell youth-led demonstrations over the high cost of living. So organizers of this protest said they were expecting to have 2 million young people onto the streets demanding more action from the president on corruption and living conditions, as well as to protest delays in signing an anti-LGBT bill into law. So High Court Justice Abenas Ifya Sewa approved a request by the Ghana Police to ban a handful of organizations from carrying out protests planned between July 31 and August 6. So it was supposed to have ended today, but it didn't happen. Is that the way to go? Banning protests? Shouldn't we, as Dr. Asai suggested, allow some of these marginalized groups to voice their frustrations?
Yeah, thank you. That is the mistake our elders in power, our positions are visiting on the youth.
They say the police are not enough to control the demonstration.
You see, why do they go to seek permission to demonstrate? It means their expectations are not being met. Their needs are not being met. Their wants are not being met. And as a result of this, the youth are going through some kind of what we call identity crisis. Where do we belong to in this country? What is our role? Are we being recognized? Do we have a future? And so they want to express the inability to meet their needs, their expectations and wants in a form of anger we call indignation. You become angry to express your need for someone to give you attention and to help you overcome whatever challenge you are going through. The youth, they try to become assertive rather than grouping together to start revenge to destroy things. If they have come to you to ask for permission that this is what we want to do, yours is to sit them down, engage them in dialogue, and say, what are your reasons why you want to do this? So if you solicit for their views, they will feel respected. But if they say, hey, police, come, this youth, if they do something, throw the bullet at them, it will not help us. The police, they are there. If they are afraid of 2 million, they can say, okay, they can give them numbers that today take this number and go. The next day take this number and go. Let's allow the youth to express their suppressed anger. Okay. Other than that, if it starts to explode from a point of inferiority to superiority, according to Eric Fromm, the celebrated psychologist, we will be in trouble. Let us not suppress the anger of the youth.
Let us not suppress the anger of the youth, says Professor Bruce. Let's get on the lines right now and just explore the security implications of what is going on around the continent, from Kenya to Nigeria. Ghanaians have been prevented from going on demonstrations to protest living conditions and corruption. In the wider world, we've seen what's happening in the UK. And just yesterday, the Bangladeshi PM resigned and fled the country. What lessons can we learn from this? And those who think from the point of view of security, what are their insights that they are deriving? Adib Sani, who is a security analyst, is on the line right now. Adib, salam alaikum. What are your thoughts about this, what appears to be a youth wave of protests and demonstrations across Africa?
Are we headed towards the Africa Spring or what? First of all, let me say good morning to your learned panelists on the show. Mm-hmm. There's a science to this. You see, when young people particularly are without jobs, there's bad governance, you do nothing about it, it creates frustration. That's the first thing. Now, if nothing is done about the frustration, it metamorphoses into anger. If nothing is done about the anger, because the anger is not the limit. I mean, I hear a lot of Ghanaians say, Ghanaians are not angry enough. No, anger is not the last straw. No. Beyond the anger, there is a tendency for people wishing the political class is changed. Through the ballot, perhaps. But if the political class is showcasing dictatorial tendencies, then it creates a scenario which can best be described as hopeless. And when there is hopelessness, people have nothing to lose. That is when, with the slightest trigger, you see people taking to the streets, and it has a chain reaction, or better still, a butterfly effect. Things become chaotic. For example, in Kenya, there was already anger amongst young people and somewhat a state of hopelessness until William Ruto's government decided to come out with a finance bill. All right. In Bangladesh, there's a quota for persons who fought for independence and their families, and even though later it was scrapped, the people said, no, you gotta go. All right? In Nigeria, fuel subsidies. This is something that the Nigerians haven't been happy about. But because of that butterfly effect from Kenya, they've also been motivated to go out in the streets. And the mistake the politicians do is to make an attempt to suppress it by hook or crook means that results in people, trust me, that sends things into, a high gear. It just results in people coming out more. So for me, it is not surprising. I think people are beginning to get awakened to some of these excesses, all right? And if you don't listen to the people and think that you have the backing of the police or the military, the day they come out, no amount of military or police can save you.
I'm glad you're saying that, because I was listening, I was following Bangladesh, and it appears that the police fled. The police fled there because the protesters were going after anybody who was attacking the property of anybody who allied themselves with the prime minister. And since the prime minister actually even gave orders for the security people to fire on the protesters were angry with the police, and they actually went looking for the police. The police took to their heels and basically allowed the people to have the run of the town, and so you had pockets of looting going on. So it's a good point that you make there.
In fact, they killed over 12 police men, but now they see the military as their friends. They are jubilating in the streets. They are shaking hands with the military. The military has come out to reassure them that yes, we will ensure justice is served, because over 300 people were killed. But it's a very big lesson to us. I mean, sometimes I tell politicians who seem to have lost touch with reality. You know, rich people hang out with rich people, so they don't really have a full understanding of what is going on somewhere in a street corner at Nima or at Alajo or at Jamestown. So I told them, for once, just pack your V8, pick a trotro or a taxi, and listen to what people have to say about you. Okay? And I think that is what is missing here. A lot of people are without jobs. Just recently, according to the Ghana Statistical Service, close to 1 million Ghanaians are idle. How do we find jobs for these idle hands? What do we do with it? Do we just pretend they don't exist? And the next minute, a non-state actor would come take advantage of them to visit mayhem on the state. So these are hard lessons we really need to learn. And Kafui, to be honest, at the point we came close, Ghana came very, very, very close to what happened in Kenya with the push for the e-levy, and at that point, someone asked me a question. How come Ghana's youth, we are not able to come out in our numbers and, demonstrate like other countries do and show government, yes, the power lies in the hands of the people? I told them, look, at a point, Ghanaian youth didn't look beyond NDC, NPP. That political dichotomy, that division, is either NDC, is either NPP. Beyond that, we don't think. But now, like I said, there's a re-conscientization. People are beginning to rise up to understand some of these nuances, and as time goes on, we'll have a firmer grasp of what this whole democracy is all about. And hopefully, and Kafu, this is very important, hopefully people would understand that politicians are supposed to serve us. We are the bosses, we are the employers, they are the employees, okay? So when you see a politician, you want to lie down for him to step on you like he is the master, then you don't understand politics. They are supposed to serve us, and it is our right to ask for accountability, else we fire them. As simple as that.
So it's a mindset change. Before I let you go, one of the reasons why we were supposed to have been in the middle of a protest action that should have ended today, starting 31st July, ending August 6th. But one of the reasons that the High Court Justice approved a request by the Ghana Police to ban these organizations from carrying out protests was that the police said they lacked the personnel necessary to provide security, as officers have been deployed to political rallies amid election campaigning for elections. So Ghana Police basically saying, we don't have the men and women because we've sent them over to go and basically go and police NDC and MPP rallies. Those are the only rallies that are happening these days. What do you make of that?
It's a lie. It's a blatant lie. I don't believe that. Okay? It's just a way of discouraging these protests. And that is the danger. That is the mistake mistake we are making. And that is the lesson we are failing to learn from other countries. Look, let them demonstrate. They are not happy about legitimate issues. These are not issues that people are not happy about and it's out of place. No. Okay, so if you allow them to vent their anger, their frustration through protest, it helps. But if you decide to suppress it, if you decide to muffle their voices, it has the tendency of creating that chain reaction, which in the end would backfire in your face. All right, so as much as we can, sometimes fine. The excuse given is plausible, is legit. However, in most of these cases, it's just a pure, unbridled attempt to stop these protests from happening. And I think that is that. It's unfortunate, I must say.
And thank you for your insights. Thank you so much, security analyst Adib Sani, giving us his insights on what appears to be like a youth wave around Africa and even beyond the continent. What is your thought on this particular news story? Youth protests across the country, one that was presented from happening here. But of course, we had the Fix the Country demonstrations that happened last year quite often. What do you make of all of this stuff? We'd love to hear from you. 055-556-1034 is our WhatsApp number. Really want to hear from a lot of you young people in the house. You're watching GTV Breakfast, Tuesday, 6th August. My guests are Dr. Zato, Dr. Odro-Osai, and Professor Bruce. And they are all lined up and like they are at a beauty contest. That was a nice shot. Gentlemen, from youth protests, or you wanted to say something?
No, I just wanted to say, to add to what the secretary analyst said. He said two things that are inherently contradictory.
What were they?
He said when the police said that they didn't have enough numbers.
So it was a lie.
It's a lie. And they concluded, he says that the police may have legitimate reasons for saying that. So the reasons the police, you cannot on the one hand say the reasons are a lie, flat out.
The police said they are deploying their people for rallies.
I'm saying that I don't have the numbers, the figures that the number of police officers there. I don't have those figures at hand. But we've seen there are a lot of rallies going on, right? His Excellency,
but should that really affect our police?
No, I'm not saying it should. I'm just making an argument. We should follow the logical conclusion of what he's saying. Are there a lot of rallies going on? Yes, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is in that place right now. Wherever you go, there are police there. His Excellency the Vice President is the Eastern Regional. So there are police there.
Which means there will be rallies all the way from now to January to December. Which means there are going to be no protests.
So my point is that when the police say that we have deployed a lot of our men to rallies, it's true because we've seen the rallies going on. Should that affect the protests? I don't know. I don't have the figures. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying.
Why don't they take the protest also as a rally?
Thank you. So you can say that.
Deploy their men there.
But for me, when they say that we don't have we've deployed a lot of men to this, that's a fact. Now the analysis
they should give us numbers. They should give us numbers.
Thank you. So that's what we should be demanding. We should ask the police, how many are your numbers? How many are being deployed? Why did you see, those are legitimate concerns to us. But if you just say it's a lie, and you don't also provide us anything to show that what they're saying is a lie, then wait. And then sometimes I'm saying it because sometimes those are the type of analysis that lead us to where we are going. If you think that the police is hiding something, tell us, look, I'm an analyst. These are the numbers that I know the police have. These are the figures I know they have. And I can assure you that this is the amount, because this is what I know. I have some family members, some people who are in police academy. They finished academy, they've even posted them. They've left them there to be used for rallies. So, and it's normal that every election year, the police is overstretched. Again, I'm not justifying why they're canceling, no. All I'm simply saying is that if you are telling us that the police is lying, then you should go ahead to tell us why they are lying. Because you cannot on the one hand say they are lying, you on the other hand say their concerns are legitimate. So which is which? And I think sometimes part of the problem is that when we contribute to undermining state institutions, when we contribute to making them irrelevant, then we are creating fertile grounds for things to happen. The police have a role to let people. Doc is here. He's the lawyer. He can tell us that I don't know whether people even need a permission to protest or no. He can tell us those things. So the rights are there.
You have to ask permission.
Yes, so the rights are there. What I'm saying, so there's a reason why those who made the Constitution thought it wise. Because we've seen, look, we've also seen riots happening there, protests happening in this country, and the lack of police and what else. So yes, the police should not be infringing upon people's rights to demonstrate. That's a fact. On the other hand, if you are now saying the police are lying, I would have been happy if the High Court judge could have said, look, police, give me some figures, give me some numbers. Let me know how many you are, how many are rallies, and why you say you cannot protest. I mean, when we get more, better and further particulars, then we can then know whether somebody is deliberately trying to thwart the protest or whether the concerns of those people are genuine and legitimate. We need that.
All righty.
But Carl, you see, if you want to engage in a protest, and you tell the police that you are expecting 2 million youth, 2 million human beings, and if you do a security analysis, for each protester, you need 2 policemen. So you may need about 4 million police. Where are we going to get them? Apart from that,
I think that probably that number was just an exaggeration.
Okay, fine.
Who can bring 2 million people out to the streets?
If you make such statement that you are bringing out 2 million people,
come on.
I mean, the police will also do their internal calculations and say that, look, if 2 million people are on the street, how many policemen do we need to protect?
Would the police even believe that figure?
No, you have.
That's what you're saying. That's the figure you're bringing.
And
2 million is 1 out of 15 Ghanaians.
That's what you're saying. They should not have any doubt that it can happen. You see, so what I'm saying is that even if the police turn you down or the courts turn you down, there should be an opportunity for you to present a petition. Yes. So if the essence of the protest is to raise issues you are not happy about, you may have a petition which ultimately, after the process, in the course of the process, protest, you may want to present it to the powers that be. The petition must be ready. So you will say that you have turned me down, but I am prepared to present the petition. 2 or 3 of your leaders can go to the powers that be and present the petition. You have made your case.
Okay. All right.
You see, the thing is that there's bluffing here. Both of them are.
Somebody dropped a big number.
And they're all getting the system. So we are bluffing that. 2 million people. The protesters are bluffing that, okay, we can bring 2 million people. And now the police have called them on that. It's not that when you bluff, we prepare to.
Now we sent our guy to the rally.
Okay, so the police have called them. Okay, you said you bring 2 million people. No, guess what? We don't have 2 million people. We cannot. And remember, during the protest, there are always the good guys, majority guys. But there are some people who see this opportunity to loot, to destroy. The police have to protect that. So maybe you are just an ordinary Ghanaian also suffering even more than them. And you are just on your way to work on this and somebody now thinks you, before you realize, you are hurt, you are harmed.
Yeah.
So the police, so if you say you are bringing 2 million people on the road, and the police will win.
They'll call your bluff.
Yeah, they call your bluff. So, and now you are saying that somebody is suppressing you. know. Why don't you go back, revise it? Oh, yes. Remember when I said I bring 2 million? It's a lie.
It was 1 extra 0. It was 200,000.
Or it was 200. It was 300. Then the police say, and now if on the day the numbers will increase, oh, sorry, we didn't know. You know, but you cannot bluff. And then they call your bluff, and now you're saying they're suppressing. Who's suppressing you?
Good question right there. Bruce,
I think
mind games. Is it mind games? You are the mind master.
I think the police felt intimidated.
Yes, by the number.
The youth were simply calling upon the police to become more professional and strategic. This is my problem. Then you become intimidated. It's because of the numbers. They went to the court to seek a ban on it. That means they are not being strategic and professional. 2 million. We are coming. It is left to you, the police, to be more strategic and say, how do we handle it? Because of your professional competence. That's what you are trained to do. You should not be intimidated by the numbers. And therefore you run to the court. The court help me. So why are you there? If it's because you don't have logistics, whoever must help you to have the logistics to make sure that people become more assertive and express their bottled up anger, you must do so. But not to go to the court and say, don't do it because I'm intimidated by the number. No. You see, schools are overpopulated. The headmasters, they think through and make sure that they all go to the classroom. They eat. So we should not be intimidated by the numbers at all. The numbers will always be overwhelming. It is left to you to become more strategic. Let me tell you, when it comes to voting, it's the youth. When it comes to political rallies, the youth. When it comes to football, the youth. Look at the way they've been insulting Abedi Pele and Abedi Son and the rest. When it comes to athletics that is going on now, it's the youth. How many 60-year-old in politics will go and do that? When it comes to voting, it's the youth. Everything, Galamsey, the youth. Langas, the youth. We use them to achieve our purpose. And when we get there, we forget them. But if they want to become assertive, that look, we help you, you to help us, you say, no, don't do that. We are not treating the youth fairly. They are going through a period we call storm and stress.
Storm and stress.
If you don't help them, they will show you where power lies. But this morning, I want to dove my heart out to Archbishop Dr. Williams.
Okay.
Bernard Avlos, City TV.
Interviewed him.
Mm-hmm. And he predicted what is happening right now. That he saw youth uprising, starting from the east towards Ghana. If you like Bernard Avlos, he will pray that you see. It could also be spiritual. That something is going wrong. Like Yato said. There was a book entitled The Gods Are Not to Blame.
Mm-hmm.
The climatic effect that you are experiencing now is our own cause. Cutting down trees. Depletion of the ozone layer. And now the rains are not coming as the gods are not to blame. We human beings are the cause of our own predicaments and all that. So, but he has prayed this morning. The gods will listen to him.
Amen.
I'm a son of the sun.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
Happy
Prof.
birthday to you.
Thank you, Prof. Bruce.
Happy birthday to
this
you.
This one is an ambush.
Today's his birthday.
Where's the cake? No, let me see. That's not fine. No, come on. You wanted to be humble and spending with us?
No, it's for me.
But you wanted to, but this picture.
Oh, really?
Oh, you guys. Happy birthday.
No, this is like 2 years ago.
I did.
Yes.
No. Come, you're not being fair to us. The last time you gave us and ice cream. Today's your birthday, you were hiding, so we'll leave and then you celebrate alone. You wanted to Nicodemously celebrate and enjoy with us.
Thank you for remembering. Prof. Bruce, the psychologist, got me out here. Thank you so much. Yeah, I shy self. I don't know what to do. Gentlemen, before we end the segment, though, there's a quick story I want to share with you. So the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research, ISE, has reviewed Ghana's 2024 media budget and has suggested some changes to make the country's ports work better and stop corruption. So ISE wants, number one, fewer government agencies at the ports to make things more efficient and reduce corruption. They also recommend rotating staff every 2 years to prevent corrupt practices from taking root. They're also proposing that the staff from Ghana Revenue Authority should declare their assets and avoid working with or starting clearing services businesses until 5 years after retirement. This is to avoid conflicts of interest and ensure staff focus on their jobs. So these are the recommendations ISA is talking about. Fewer government agencies at the ports, rotating staff every 2 years to prevent corrupt practices, GRA staff should declare their assets, and they should also avoid working with or starting clearing service businesses until 5 years after retirement to avoid conflict of interest and ensure staff focus on their jobs. Let me start with the governance expert first.
Thank you very much. As you were listening,
yes,
my mind goes back to the era of putting checks and balances in place. You see, the first point, reducing the number of government agencies, is about digitalizing the entire process.
One time.
That you take all of them away. 2, rotating them every 2 years. Why every 2 years? Why every 2 years? It should not be 2 years.
So you don't get too comfortable.
Once you digitalize the process, it should be every 3 months. It should not be 2 years. Why should it be 2 years?
Is too much,
2 years is just too much. Every 3 months. Rotate people day and night. And then after that, when it comes to the other one, which is...
They said they should declare their asset.
All of them are under the asset declaration legislation. They are supposed to declare their assets. If you work at the port, if you manage procurement, if you are an internal auditor, if you're a finance officer, the law requires of you to declare your asset. And the asset declaration is not about declaring it when you go to the port, when you are employed.
One time.
And when you are also leaving office. So that we'll get to know the value addition, the number of assets we've acquired within the period. So for asset declaration, it is provided for in law and it must be enforced as such.
One time.
That is it. So
So you are with ISA?
I'm with ISA.
The rotation should even be faster.
It should be faster. These are new. These are not new recommendations. They exist in law, and we just have to implement them. But we have to digitalize the entire process so that you take the human contact, human intervention, and allow the system to flow.
Okay, Dr. Sato.
Yeah, see, when we talk about digitalization, and the government is championing digitalization, this is one of the things that digitalization can do. The more things pass through a lot of hands, obviously it's like water passing through a dry river, right? Someone's going to leave behind. But this is one of the things where digitalization provides one of the best ways to solve it. And I am happy. Look, whether you like it or not, digitalization has been championed by His Excellency the Vice President, but it will remain. It has remained. It has come to stand. That is why we have the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. And when you digitalize some of those things, when you put them to become automatic and work like that, it helps to reduce this corrupt practice. So I'm for it. But here's the thing. Labour will fight against this thing. Because the moment you say we should have few agents there, you're going to see the Labour Day protesting. Remember, when they were moving activities from the port to online, there was huge protests and even strike actions at the port. Because see, there's always something, and I always tell people, just because you've seen labor union protesting does not mean they are right. Just because you've seen labor unions against a policy does not mean they are right, because they are labor union, they are biased. Their overall objective is to protect their interests.
That's all.
The rationale. So if the policy is good for the rest of the country but wrong for their interests, they're going to be against it. And now we are saying that. So what SA is saying is already what the government has started. What SA is saying is already the digitalization agenda. Because that's the thing. The moment you digitalize, the moment you put everything, the moment the thing is automatic, then accountability measures can easily be implemented. Then transparency measures can be implemented. Then you reduce the human factor, then you get better things done. So for me, it's a good call. It's a right call. Okay. And I have seen that there are proposals like that by the candidates to do that. So for me, digitalization and the digitalization agenda that has been started, that has been championed, pioneering, works part of it. So I'll hope that ISA and others will also request and insist that all the political parties, we've already seen it be championed, that they champion this agenda, because the more you digitalize, the more you remove the human contact,
that's all,
the better it is for us to fight corruption.
All right, Prof. Bruce, your thoughts on that? Proposals for GRE, fewer agencies, rotate staff every 2 years,
good.
Declare assets, and then don't start a business until 5 years of retirement.
We just want to restructure Ghana.
Okay.
It is very, very good. Yeah. But the only thing is that digitalization, we are all paying for it. You see, from when you go to the bank, there's a long queue. So we are asked to use our mobile phones to send money to the banks. But now when you send, they charge you. You pay tax. If they are able to reduce, take away that tax, the banks will employ a few people. I'll just be in my home, send money, deposit money, and withdraw.
That's all.
So that tax must be taken off the bank transaction.
Take off the tax.
Otherwise, the digitalization is costing us strike. You go on strike.
If you are to go to the bank, you wait transport or you buy fuel to your vehicle.
You take fuel.
And you pay transport. The time value of money. Then you set
They have won. So what?
Tactical withdrawal. This is a tactical withdrawal. Tactical withdrawal.
This one is not psychology.
Pure withdrawal. It's as simple as that. 055 556 1034. We're going to take your messages, and please stay behind. Don't leave our show when my people go off, because it's going to be a conversation that will be very interesting to you coming up in a really, really short while. Very, very interesting and very relevant conversation as the result of a law that was passed into action. It was passed by Parliament last week. So the message is 055 556 1034. So I'm just going to tell you about that conversation in a short while. So it has to do with what is it? Affirmative action. Yes, maybe they can put the flyer up if to even help me, because Charlie, I had to hustle. Yeah. So it's unpacking the affirmative action law. Oh, look at the faces of the people who are here. I see one of them already in the studio. Nanoye Bampo Ado, former minister for gender. We also have Sheila Minka Primo, convener of the Affirmative Action Coalition Bill, and Mercy Catherine Ajabing, who is a convener for Alliance for Women in Media Africa, OMA. And so that's going to be the conversation that is happening in a short while. So you stick around, don't go anywhere at all. You are watching GTV Breakfast. Here come the messages. I think I probably have to go.
If our mothers, our sisters comes in the gender group, I would want them to address the issue of closing the gender imbalance across traditional systems and religious systems, because I've read the bill and I'm finding it difficult to see it there.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. We'll close the gaps. Yeah, Thelma is listening with the ears of a bat. Very sharp. So she'll get all of that for you. Don't worry, Crown. Okay. 05555561034. I'm proud of your Tuesday and Thursday panelists. Kaf, where is the party coming off, young man? Kwamana Kumasi. Does he know how old I am? Hello, boss. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you as well when it comes. Youth uprisings around the world. And Alaji Dawuda is talking about organizations like GBC, Ministry of Information, giving the powers to promote and educate citizens of the workings of state. And so we are doing our work to inform the youth of the policies of government. And if they have failed, we should let them know. Okay. Adib was right in saying our leaders are not learning from the youth uprisings in the world. And you're wondering if the MPP administration, it's a Ghana government. It's only the MPP administration, not the MPP government. It's a Ghana government. But the MPP is administering the government. They are relating to these uprisings and trying to identify and address what could trigger same in Ghana. Given the high cost of living now, huge graduate unemployment, government needs to find immediate solutions to give assurance to the people that it shall be well. Good morning, guys. Baba is giving me a happy birthday ice cream and all kinds of things. Thanks a lot. Digital ice cream. I go chop them. Apia and Kumasi, you think this MPP NDC system is beyond corruption? You are fed up. The rants will not be tolerated anymore. Change is coming. We encourage you to express yourself. So yeah, we are happy that you're expressing yourself. DL Azra. You have a big issue about the way the government treats people in this country. Why is the EC warning the media not to announce provisional results for 2024, and you are beginning to suspect them? Still on the youth issues, CAF, these uprisings will be unnecessary when leaders stop looting monies meant for the development of the nation by creating jobs through revamping collapsed factories such as Bonsa Tires, Aboso Glass Factory, Commander Sugar Factory, Ceramics, and many other more factories that Nkrumah established. It's sad how politicians are so heartless and selfish in amassing wealth meant for the nation. PK, wala fashe. Like that. There's more. Good morning. You cannot just run mere commentaries on the happenings in other jurisdictions and think same will happen here in Ghana. Why can't you provide solutions too? Security analysts? Okay. Until the leaders stop pissing on our heads and telling us it's rain, protests deemed to be the only solution. I wouldn't want anybody to pee on my head, man. That's against my rights. Kaf, look to what extent wouldn't the youth be angry? There's an pressing issue affecting many young Ghanaians. You pursued a 4-year degree in community mental health from a Ministry of Health approved college. Despite your dedication and hard work, you're facing a bleak future due to the non-recognition of your profession by the Ghana Health Service. And you think this has led to a devastating situation where many graduates like you are struggling to find employment. Adding insult to injury, the ministry is still selling forms for SHS leavers who want to venture into mental health. One day the cat will bite because it's exhausted. Messages there from the young people. You think the struggle for Ghana's independence began with resistance and boycotts. It started with the grassroots, hungry ex-service soldiers and lower class, led by Osage CPP, including market women. And then you are still on the founders debate. UGC was an elite group of well-fed aristocrats dragging their feet for independence. You cannot reap what you haven't sown. It's Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, period. Okay. All right. I think we're almost done. Correct score is saying what? You're talking about politics. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about youth. But I get your point. Happy birthday. Hip, hip, hooray. Thank you all. Thank you for all the messages. Prof. Bruce, you are responsible for this.
Can I say something? If you look at the Parliament of Ghana,
yes,
it is not made up of a lot of old men and women.
What's the average age?
I mean, I'm just trying to think. I've seen a lot of very young people in that cabinet. If you look at the government of Ghana, the government, and sitting in the cabinet, there are a lot of young people there. So
The young people are looking at the leaders.
No, you mean the young people in the government or in the parliament?
The young people in the system are looking at the people at the heads of the parties.
If you take the front bench of the NDC in parliament, for instance, the minority leader is about 46. 40, like the guy is young. They're all young people there.
How old is the president?
Well, no, I mean, we're talking about. I mean, he's
no. In Ghana, when we talk of leadership, we talk of the president.
Even if you look at the leading candidates of the two political parties, they're very young, relatively. I mean, they're very young. So yeah, there are a lot of young people in the government too. So we should say that both in parliament and also in the executive, there are a lot of young people there. We shouldn't just think there's a bunch of old people, old men, women.
So Dr. Baumia will be 61 this year.
Okay.
Okay.
And His Excellency
Mr. Mahama, I'll check. Oh, God bless Google.
Yes.
He's 65 now, he'll be 66.
I mean, that's young. Those are very young. These are young people.
To a 20-year-old, a 60-year-old is like Methuselah, you know.
If they were to be working in the public
to a 20-year-old, someone who is 60 is like Methuselah.
You know, there was a time. There was a time that there was some very, very old people there, but now at least
the young people want a president who is in their 40s.
Very soon. They're getting closer.
Yeah, they want a president in their 40s.
They are getting closer to them. After these old people are gone, the young people are gone.
At least you should be 40.
You know, because if you make a mistake, and we also throw away all the wise old men. Then you see what is going to happen, right? We're going to have people with our wise old men to counsel us.
Okay. All right.
Which we need to become careful that we don't throw them away.
We need to be careful. Don't throw the old folks away. The youth are hungry for action, but don't throw away the wisdom of the old. You know. Dr. Zato is definitely a youth. Are you a youth?
Very youth. Very, very useful.
If I mention my age, can you mention
You're
yours?
more than 10 years old. I'm 46.
Okay.
And
how old am I?
53.
I'm 53. Okay, you Googled.
Yeah, no, it was so you're almost 10 years older than me. Compared to everybody here.
Are you a youth?
Compared to everybody here, I'm a baby.
And you're younger than me?
Yes.
Are you 50?
52.
Okay. Oh, just 1 year.
Okay.
All right. If we're in secondary school, I'll make you kneel down. I don't think Prof. Bruce will make me kneel down and roll around.
So listen, I'm a baby here. I'm a baby.
So we've arranged ourselves.
I'm a baby. Yes.
That way.
I'm the baby.
Yeah, all right. Then we should come on.
So I should be protesting against all of you.
Okay. So still to come, we have a bunch of young musicians. Kwampa will be giving us some great music, and then we have a conversation on affirmative action. Fred is giving me a message right here. Please, at times don't allow these so-called analysts to come and muddy the waters. Your president gets daily security briefings and is abreast with happenings here. All right, so I got that message there from Fred. And democracy looks at asking questions from and listening to different viewpoints. Yeah, but I get your point, Fred. Thanks a lot. Okay, I think we are done, gentlemen. Thank you very much. What does the week look like for you? I mean, the holiday was over yesterday.
The week is good. I'm traveling to Tumu tomorrow.
Bring maize.
Yeah, I'll try to bring this. I hope I'll go with the rains.
Okay.
Because this weekend we have celebrated the 30th anniversary of the passing of my late father.
Oh, may he rest in peace.
So the family will be gathering in Tumu. So
okay.
And I hope that we'll go with luck
and bring rains. Your prayer will work.
It's very important.
Doctor.
Yeah, we are working to publish the default list. Those
okay.
who fail to submit first and second audit report.
All right.
And also we are working with public sector institutions to implement the recommendation from the returning officer.
All right. And Dr. Prof. Bruce, you're praying.
Oh no, I have a lot of things to read, to assess.
Okay.
So I think I'll have to finish assessing.
All right. Okay.
So the students will graduate in good time.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Affirmative action right after. Stick around. This is GTV Breakfast.
give up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. You're chilling in the rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight.
And civil society groups across the country and beyond. But the caution has come from the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Bagbin, asking for gender activists to ensure that there is true equity among genders in the aftermath of the passage of the law. What does true equity mean? We'll be trying to unpack that conversation at the table this morning. The former Gender and Children and Social Protection Minister, Madam Nana Oyebampo Addo, has joined me at the table for this conversation. Nana, thank you for making the time.
Good morning.
Exciting times indeed
Really
for all
exciting.
women. It's been decades, almost about 3 decades of advocacy asking for this law to be passed. The dynamics from 30 years ago and now are not the same. Women are now more out there, and yet we feel that more can be done. And so this is coming at a time when a lot of people say, just about time. It's about time this came into force. But what's that true equity debate that we are hearing? What was the ill that affirmative action sought to fix in our society?
You know, I cast my mind back all the way to 1994. Having a conversation with Gloria Oforibuedu, who was the executive secretary of the International Federation of Women Lawyers. Really amazing woman. And we were chatting about the low representation of women. I mean, it was just a few years into the fourth Republican Constitution era. The Constitution had been adopted, we had Parliament in, and we were going to speak at a program for female parliamentarians at the Golden Tulip Hotel. And then she raised the issue of, but we can address the low representation of women by adopting affirmative action policies. And that actually got me reading and finding out more. And that is why I found out that even in the late 1950s and early 1960s, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah realized that the parliament didn't have a single woman. So he adopted affirmative action at that time, 1960, and got a law passed, the first ever in Africa, which got 10 women into parliament. And even there was resistance, because there was one key statesman who said, we don't want any pancake, and here's the pancake on my face. We don't want any pancake and lipstick women in our parliament. It was like, look, I mean, parliament is serious business. So even at that time in 1960, we had the issue of equity. When we were having this conversation in 1994, there was the issue of equity. And now, 2 decades, 3 decades later, in 2024, we still have the problem of equity, as Right Honourable Bagbin, Alban Subana.
Equality and equity for me. What are the dynamics?
You see, we're looking at equal opportunities. We're looking at we're looking at reasonable gender balance and representation. So we're looking for that seat at the table. We are all seated at the table taking critical, important, relevant decisions for the improvement of socio-economic conditions in our country. And at all times, we do not have an equitable representation of the face of Ghana at the table. What we see are men. But when you look at the face of Ghana, we have persons with disabilities, we have women, we have men, and very importantly, we have young persons who are actually more than 30% of our population, as has been revealed by our population census. Our latest population census of 2020 says that young people are the most in terms of the demographics of our country. So when we're having these important political, socio-economic, human development related discussions on how to propel Ghana to where we want to see Ghana, where we can address employment issues, where we can address cultural issues, where we can address finance and economic issues, we want to see the face, the true face of Ghana.
So this gender equity debate is not just about making sure that women are in decision-making positions. It's also about making sure that disabled are represented, and young persons who form the larger demographic are also on the table. But
particularly young persons.
There are laws already that, frown on discrimination against persons of any kind. And so some ask, did we really need to go out and make the case that allow women into the spaces? And now you're saying allow disabled persons, allow young persons, because we don't discriminate by our constitution.
We discriminate. It's in black and white in the Constitution, Article 17, non-discrimination, the directive principles of state policy. We also look at the article that says that there should be reasonable gender and regional balance in appointments to public office. When we even look at the committee of experts, when we look at when the Constitution was being framed, we had a committee of experts, and when we look at their recommendations, there was a lot of discussions around this issue. And I remember Mrs. Elizabeth Akbalu, who is also like the mother of affirmative action, was part of this discussion, even at that level in the early 1990s when we were discussing formulation of the 1992 Constitution. So even there was a case made, because look at the data, look at statistics. Right from when Ghana started elections in 1954 all the way down, for a very long time in Parliament, we couldn't even go past 10% representation of women. With the district assemblies, we couldn't even go past 5%. So though we have women in the majority in our population in Ghana, this does not reflect at the national level in terms of representation for local government at the district assembly. Even when you go below like assembly members and you go below, you still do not have that representation. And then when you go above to parliament, we still do not have adequate women. And there were several factors, and one key factor was the political system that we adopted, even from independence all the way down, even the fourth Republican Constitution. We have the first past the post system, so it's majority. If there's an election and you win 501 and your opponent gets 500, you will get there. So that system also propelled and encouraged low representation of women, because we have a masculine society and our traditions and our culture is patriarchal. The hen does not crow to announce dawn. It is the cock. In the morning when you hear kokroko, they say it's the cock, it's not the hen. I haven't really seen any hen crowing. So you go to a traditional gathering, the men are the council of elders, they speak. If you want to hear the woman, they say go inside the room and hear the old lady. Yenko bisa abrewa. So though Abrewa
is
respected and holds the ace in terms of taking decisions, she's in the room, and you go and see Abrewa.
Have we addressed these social constructs or misconstructs? Because it starts from the societies where people come from. We are having people increasingly. Last week in WA, I was having a conversation with some of our staff in the radio Upper West, and they were making the case that, listen, women will always be women. They will still be the ones who are called upon to take the children to hospital, and they will be required to stay with them in hospital whilst the men go out to provide for the family. Have we addressed those things that limit women from even entering the race at those beginning stages? Because Parliament is a bit end for a lot of people. The beginnings, really, the entryways are the ones that we need to ensure that the doorway is open to. Have we done that?
Those are the gender norms, and it's work in progress. We have sustained advocacy to address the gender norms. So if you look throughout our journey as a state, we have put in place laws. We have put in place institutional mechanisms, and we've also even used the media to address some of these gender norms and stereotypes. So in terms of institutions, if you realize we have the National Council on Women and Development, and then President Kufuor came and set up the Ministry of Women. That is an institutional measure to address. Then President Mahama came and set up the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, looking at gender broadly, more broadly than women. Then in terms of legal mechanisms, we also had the adoption, just like what happened last week, of the Domestic Violence Act. I remember in the late 1990s, 1997, in this studio in GTV, where I was a panelist on Talking Point, and we had a traditional leader, a chief, saying on Talking Point that it is okay to beat a woman. It's a form of discipline. But 1 decade down the line, we now have a law that says it is a crime. So addressing these gender norms and stereotypes and discrimination for us in Ghana has been a process. We are not there yet, but there are several mechanisms that have been put in place. Education, major, huge issue. And if you realize, even at the tertiary level, the universities on their own adopted affirmative action and reduced the grades for women. So women who are going into tertiary institutions go with a lower grade than the men. It's just to encourage more women to attend school. And you even have at the basic level, the education sector of Ghana over the years adopted measures, and now we have gender parity. So in terms of enrollment, gross enrollment rates for the basic level, we have equal numbers of of girls and boys. This is also being addressed under the senior high school. So you see that in all sectors, this is what is happening, is being addressed. If you go to the traditional sector, you see that in the Constitution of Ghana, a role has been carved out for queen mothers, and even at the traditional authority level, there's a role carved out for queen mothers, and that is being done. So, but we still have to do a lot of work. You see what happened when there was this whole issue in Nungwa about a young girl and all that, a queen mother and all that. So these are all issues that we need to address. Social media has come up, and we also have an aggressive drive through social media. We have young women using social media as a tool to provide more education and to make sure that people really appreciate and understand and comprehend that men and women are equal, and that equal opportunities should be given to both sexes to maximize their potential, to help in growing Ghana to where we want, to building Ghana to where we want it to be.
I've heard arguments that the advocacy has meant that the girl child has been favored over the boy child, and that we are saying, send your girl child to school, and we are building this generation of strong, empowered women who will be in society with which men who have not been advocated for, who have not been, whose interests have not been put at the just like the girls have been. How do you respond to those who think that?
That is not true. That is not true. If you listen to Antina, there's a lady on one of the radio stations, I think it must be from Ashanti region, and every day she addresses issues, gender-related issues and all that. So you find out that we still have a major problem in terms of discrimination against women, in terms of abuse, abuse against women, in terms of abuse against young women. Some young women do not want to come out because now, due to social media, the naming and the shaming and all that happens. So we still have a way to go. Even some women do not want to even take up political or public office because of the name and shaming. So that's why I'm really excited about the Affirmative Action Act, because this is going to help to propel more women. And we must say that women who have risen up and have been appointed have really endeared themselves and have created that launching pad for other women to also join.
Because something that these women lord it over the men, and that's why
which women lord it over the men?
Those who have been given positions of authority, the argument is that they think they are better than men, and so women need to be kept in their place. And I've heard these arguments. And anytime you talk about, let's give women the power. Oh, when they are in a position where they wield their power, they lord it over everybody else. Is that what it is? Have we addressed those misconceptions as well?
Yes, we're addressing those misconceptions. Those misconceptions are being addressed. And let me salute civil society, the NGOs, for doing an amazing job. They came up with NetRight, FIDA, and several others came up with a Women's Manifesto. And this addressed, this put out, there was a blueprint of what women want in Ghana, and this has really worked. But then this issue about women lording it over, that is not, for me, that is not what, that's not what I see. What I see is assertive women who are principled and who have the values and are working in accordance with the ethics of whatever profession they belong to, and the corporate, whatever corporation or company they belong to. So I see principled women who, it may be misconstrued that they are lording, they are making their point. And so, this is what we see. But there's so many examples of women who have worked so hard and are helping us to stand on their shoulders. And I'm sure this is what has propelled also the affirmative action.
So if we are asking, and again, I've heard this said in circles, if we are asking that the playing field be equal, be level for everybody, why then do we have advocates for, lower grades for women to get into universities? Isn't that creating an unfair balance between the males and the females? If we are asking for the law to be the same for everybody, then apply it strictly on all persons, irrespective of gender. Yes. I've heard that argument as well.
I hope you've seen that illustration of gender equity and all that, where you have, I want to reach this bottle, but then, you see, I'm short. There's somebody here who is short. So the person may need a ladder to get there. There's somebody who is tall, so can just get there. And then there's somebody who is very, very short and would have to be pushed up. So that is what we're talking about, that the data and the research is there. When you look, let's use representation of women in parliament. You look at 1960, Kwame Nkrumah had to come up with affirmative action. Post the Afrifa coup during the Busia time, it was 2% or 3% or so. It was really very low. And efforts had to be made to increase. If you even look at the post 1993, you realize that the numbers were very low: 9%, 7%, 10%, 14%, and what have you. You go to the judiciary, despite the fact that we've had in a row 3 chief justices, female justices, which I'll really clap for, all from Wesley Girls High School anyway, which I really clap for. You also had more male than men. As for the armed forces, is so masculine, it's unbelievable. And I remember meeting the first officers, female officers in Takrady in the Navy, and they were so excited. And they talked about the fact that, well, one issue is that they had to do something about the washrooms, getting washrooms for females. And then you go to the public service. There also, we have more male than men. Civil service, more male than men. District assembly, more male, than females. And so when you go to every sector, you see that the mining sector is the same issue. Where you get a lot of female is the markets, the informal sector, the food crop growers. When you go to Ministry of Agric and you get the data for the farmers, you find out that the poorest of the farmers who grow food crops for us to consume, that's where you see the women. And so when you look at all these sectors, what mechanism can we put in place as a state, as Ghana, to make sure that we push more women into the judiciary, we push more women into the armed forces, we push more women into public service, into the civil service, into the local government service? How many female chief directors do we have in civil service? How many coordinating directors do we have in the local government service, or even district assembly, female district assembly women? If you go to Adenta, we had only about 2 or 3 assembly women female assembly members who were voted into the assembly. So this is the gender imbalance that the Affirmative Action Act, and I'm hoping President Akufo-Addo has assented to it by now. We're waiting for him to assent to it. That these imbalances is what the law seeks to address. On
one of those imbalances, private employers most of the time prefer to go with men, and even in the general formal sector, yes, the argument is that employing a woman would mean, bearing in mind she would need maternity leave, she would need time off to take the kids to hospital, yes, and PTAs, which have socially been entrusted on the woman, yeah, to perform. And so the woman then becomes uncompetitive, and it's usually passed over in terms of promotion because she spent a chunk of the time at home doing this or that. Will this law now compel employers to sit up and do things differently?
Yes. There's a whole section for private sector in the law where private sector is also being, I wouldn't say compelled, but they also have a role to play in ensuring that they employ more women. So the law applies to private sector. And what the law is saying is that there'll be some incentives in terms of tax rebates. So it's the carrot and the stick. So you have some incentives for private sector to ensure that in the private sector space, we also have more women. But look at the banking sector. EcoBank, we have a managing director who is female. Mm-hmm. Standard Chartered, I think they have, that's my bank, I think they have both EcoBank and Standard Chartered. They have another name. We have a female. Barclays has also had a female when you go to the insurance sector. So it tells you that women can do it. Competent, qualified, experienced. And the good thing is that they have the values, they have the principles, and they are excellent. We are excellent managers. And what we are saying is that Ghana, utilize your human resource in women so that we can get where we want to and we can build the Ghana that we want together.
So now we've seen a passage of the bill into law. We are waiting presidential assent so that it becomes legally binding. Where do we go from here?
Where we go from here is implementation and enforcement.
Do you foresee any challenges?
So critical. When you read the blueprint, when you read the act,
it sounds good.
Sounds very good in terms of a committee has been set up that is headed by the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection and various stakeholders. And they are to see to the implementation. The Department of Gender also has a big role to play in that regard. Annual reports, they're supposed to submit annual reports. Political parties also have a role to play. And for the political parties, the Electoral Commissioner, the Electoral Commission, the chairman of the is tasked with seeing to is that the political parties also increase the numbers of women at the national level and at all levels of our political party structure. I've talked about the private sector. In the judiciary also, you also have a role that they have to play, and there are clear targets. The beauty of the Affirmative Action Act 2024 is that clear targets have been set in the first schedule to the Act, where for the first 2 years up to 2026, we have a 30% minimum representation, because that is the international target. And then 2 years subsequently, from 2026 to 2028, we have 35, it goes to 35% minimum. And then up to 2030, it goes to 50%. So by 2030, in the military, in the armed forces, in public sector, in the judiciary, and all other sectors, would want to see 50% representation. So for every 10 persons employed, 5 will be women. For every 10 persons employed in all these sectors, 5 will be women. So if there's a vacancy, the affirmative action directives, so if you're going to employ 10 people now, 3 automatically. So that doesn't mean that even there's a minimum threshold of 30. So if you're going to employ 10 people, minimum threshold of 3 women, and you can still employ more. So you may even, if you are going to employ 10, you may even have 7 women. We'll be very happy.
Very, very happy indeed.
Yes.
And we'll be joined by Mercy, will be joining us very shortly, and perhaps you share some final thoughts with us. But by way of information, the targets of the Affirmative Action Law in Ghana is one area for women. Law aims to promote gender equity, equality, and increase the participation of women in public life decision-making positions and governance. In the public and private sectors, the law seeks to address gender imbalances in both sectors, including in education and employment opportunities. Of course, decision-making being a key part. Historically, women, disabled persons, and young people have been marginalized when it comes to the opportunities created for them in both public and private spaces. And this law is aiming to ensure that the equality and the equity is being advocated for. At the table, I've been doing this with former Gender, Children and Social Protection Minister, Nana Oye Bampo Addo, and she's lent her voice to this debate. Mercy has just joined us from the Alliance for Women in Media. She is the newly minted convener. Mercy Ajabeng, congratulations once again.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
And
much.
you step into some big shoes after the exit of our former convener, Shamima Muslim, who resigned from the position to pursue her political career. We continue to wish Shamima the very best. Mercy, finally, and I was telling Nana Oye this, that it seems like the battle has ended and women in Ghana are free forever. Is that the case?
No, not at all. The battle has not ended, and thank you. Actually, I think that the battle has now started because we have been given the impetus to do more advocacy and more sensitization, because after the law has been passed, of course, there's a lot of things we are looking for. And I am particularly happy with the establishment of the Gender Equity Committee, because that committee has a lot to do. And the beautiful thing about it, Nana has said a lot that we have really journeyed. But I think the beautiful thing about this particular law, even though a lot of things can still be done, is the fact that this committee is multi-sectoral. And it's going to be monitoring, evaluating, and even receiving reports. So unlike previously, when people had to, or organizations or institutions had to do things by persuasion, the law is actually insisting that certain things be done, some reports be given, annual report and reviews be done. And so it is now time for full advocacy to be done, because that is the only time, in fact, advocacy and education, because that is the only time we will get the results that we need. So it is not
Speaker Fagwen says we need to ensure true equity, and Nana has been trying to get us to understand true equity among genders. What does that look like?
Selma, when we're talking about equality, it's like we are giving free access, anybody who can, but we are not a homogeneous society, especially the women. We are not one group. It's not one size fits all. We have persons or women with disability, women, differently abled persons. And so if you are giving the opportunity, there should be access. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. So if you say that everybody, it's just like our election. It is first past the post. And so just like Nana explained, if somebody gets 501 and you get 500, the person who got 501 has passed you. Meanwhile, you've done very well. And so we're talking about putting pragmatic measures in place to ensure that if this is the opportunity, the person who is, the woman who is, who has some disability can have equal access. Because of the nature of her disability, you are creating a setting environment that will enable her come up to the same level, like Nana explained, as all the others. And so that is what we're talking about. Equity is taking into consideration the peculiar situation or challenges of the various sectors, traditional, employment, all of that. So you are taking into consideration those peculiar challenges that prevent the women from accessing whatever opportunity you have put in place.
Yeah. Let me just chip in here. You know, Mercy, we go a long way. Mercy was the director for communications for the Ministry of Gender when I was minister. And so I say congratulations to her. Because together with Mercy and lawyer Benedicta Akita of Senna Chambers and Cynthia Nyama, who was my PA, she's now with the World Bank, the four of us drafted the first proposals for the bill. And, you know, like we were like, this has to go to the Attorney General. So we drafted
long nights.
Yeah, long nights. And I used to just give them a lot of tea. Like I just used to, you know, they would be crying that they're hungry. And I just used to give them a lot of tea and said, we need, I mean, because it takes so long for the legislative making process, we need to get this to the Attorney General so that it's drafted and then it's sent to Cabinet. So I'm just watching Mercy and just remembering those long nights of tea.
It feels like it's like having a baby in your hands at the end of a 9-month pregnancy.
Really, it's so exciting. However,
the baby needs to be breastfed. It needs to grow. It needs to, you know, get into adulthood and become a responsible citizen. And it's from there really, even though the journey didn't start with the birth, it's from there really that you begin to think, how do I remove the challenges that this baby is likely to face? So this is the newest kid on the block. Other laws also look good in principle. The letter is good, but the spirit, we're not quite sure. How ready are we to face some of the difficulties, which no doubt, I'm sure you anticipate that some of the provisions would bring to us?
You see, the key thing is that we have the law that you can enforce. You know, it has the force of the state behind it. That is it. So now all we have to do is to look at the law. Okay, Article 7 says, or Section 7 says, the public sector has to employ. Okay, where is their annual report? We can also use the Right to Information Act and get the annual report and ascertain whether or not the public sector has complied with the 30% recruitment of women. Simple. But we also have a best practice by civil society and NGOs in Ghana, where after key laws are passed, you still have the civil society coalition, which advocated for the law to be passed, creating or continuing with the coalition work. So we have one for the Domestic Violence Coalition. Even after the Domestic Violence Act was passed in 2008, we had the Domestic Violence Coalition headed by Adolf and some of us still going on with ensuring implementation. So they also ensure that we have a legislative instrument of the Act in 2016. With a Right to Information Act, we also had the coalition, the Right to Information Coalition, still working to ensure that the law is operationalized. So now we have the Affirmative Action Coalition headed by Sheila Minka Premu. They will still continue as civil society to ensure they'll partner with government, partner with parliament to ensure that the bill, the act is enforced and implemented. And so this best practice will propel us. And I'm sure a strategic framework, a plan of action will also be adopted, and that would really be helpful.
Mercy, do you sense the lack of commitment waning? Do you think the political will to see this through is there? And not just political in the sense of the political class, but even in our social structure. Do you see the likelihood of that resistance to changing anytime
I don't
soon?
expect it, because this is a bill that has been 13 years and it's finally been passed. Also remember that the Interparliamentary Committee has actually come out to say that by 2030, nations or members that have not attained the UN threshold of 30% are going to be downgraded. And so these are expectations that propel us to meet. And so there's nothing that stops us. I don't expect anything. Even if people say that, I don't expect anything that would say that this law, no, I don't expect it. Because that would take us too many centuries back. I don't expect it. The only thing, like Nana said, is that we need to do a lot of dialogue, a lot of engagement, and a lot of lobbying. Because just like the DV board, which had civil society organizations, the coalition also has civil society organizations that are very vibrant, and already they are also rolling out especially the education aspect and the engagement. And so I don't expect any political hitch.
You see, and then what is happening too is that when you look at the Act, our international obligations in terms of the targets that we would need to reach, and then the international commitments that we need to meet is articulated clearly. At the Africa Union or Africa regional level, the additional protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the targets there have also been clearly articulated in our law. So any company, the commander, the armed forces general,
all of them,
you just have to pick up the Act and read, and you know exactly what you're supposed to do. And that is, that is the beauty of it. That is, you can easily read and know what you're supposed to do. So I do not foresee that. I know that in its present state, there are going to be some amendments as per what happened on the floor of Parliament. But by and large, it can easily be implemented. But we need the monitoring and evaluation. That is so key in terms of full operationalization of any law in Ghana.
And Selma, even the quotas that have been set, there are timelines. And so 2026, we expect this percentage, 2028, we expect this percentage, 30. And so it is not something that is overambitious. It is something that we can really work towards and attain and be the black star that we are. Because Senegal, all of them have done it.
Right. And let's relive that moment in Parliament when the decades-long battle to get an affirmative action bill passed into law was achieved. A proud moment, we are told, for all the people who worked hard to ensure that that is passed. These were the scenes from Parliament.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Just speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the ayes have it. The affirmative action, gender equality bill 2024, bill 2024, now affirmative action, gender equity act 2024, duly read the third time and passed.
An act to provide for affirmative action for gender equity in the public and private sectors and for related matters.
Today I will celebrate. I will celebrate with those who are with me. And I will bless those who are against me.
Mr. Speaker,
Minority Chief Whip, yes.
We commend you
for this great job and their colleagues. And I want to commend the committee and the minister when we argued that the appropriate word shouldn't be equality, but equity, and they gladly accepted it at winnowing. So we want to commend Parliament for this big step. Mr. Speaker, however, we need to work towards its effective implementation, because some of the clauses are still going to be a challenge culturally and otherwise to be implemented.
Allow me to also thank members for their support and commitment. We need to applaud the support of the coalition. You can see the members are up at the public gallery, and it's not just today. They have been with us throughout. It's not been easy. We need to move together. It is not a bill for just women. It's a bill for all of us. It's a bill for development. This is the first stage. We have passed the law. We have to appropriate adequate resources for the ministry to lead the implementation of the provisions that we have enacted.
Awesome. It was quite an excellent day. I must say, I think the current gender minister, the Honorable Dakwa Newman, also deserves some credit for seeing this through. It's like a race, and she picked the baton from somebody, and she made the whole team of runners doing the baton really, really proud.
And the exciting thing is her cooperation with the coalition, the meetings with her, and how she really pushed for things. She was very, 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 very cooperative. Very
Congratulations, Dakwa.
I'm so happy. I'll take final words from both of you and then we'll wrap. So now we have an Equity Act, Gender Equity Act. What should we expect?
We should expect to see more women at the table of government, public service, armed forces, parliament, local governments. Let's embrace the competence, experience of women so that together we can build the Ghana we want. And my former boss, Right Honorable Alan Bagbin, thank you so much. You were so dedicated to this cause. I'm grateful to you for this. And to all women in Ghana, congratulations. Ayiko, there's so many.
So many.
Mercy, your last words.
Yes, and I think just like Nana said, it's very important. And that expectation is indeed positive, because when the women come on board, the only reason why the women should be there is because they bring different perspectives. And those perspectives are very important for sustainable development, because otherwise one gender will be developed and will now have to come back and spend on the other gender. So it's a move forward for Ghana. It's a positive something, and let's all embrace it and build the Ghana that we want to see.
Mercy Catherine Ajabeng is the convener for the Alliance for Women in Media Africa, ALMA, and she's here with Nana Oye Bampoado, former Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Shouts to all women, including our current Minister for Gender, Honorable Dakwa Newman, for the attainment of this feat, the passage of the Gender Equity Act 2024, making affirmative action a law which must be enforced across several sectors. Incentives are also in the package. Find a copy of the law and read it in detail to help you guide you in your processes going forward when it comes to making sure that not just women but disabled persons and young persons are represented at every table, and we are very proud of that achievement. I want to send happy birthday shouts to Madam Rebecca Aqua from your daughter Evelyn and the rest of the family. They say they love you and happy birthday to you. Kafri Day, my eyes are so on you. Next, we'll be having a conversation on elevating Ghana through the power of drama music, and one of our favorite bands in the country is leading this, the Kwanpa Band. We'll be back after this break. Stay with us.
Live from GBC Studio 1.
But my appetite, don't leave me high and dry. Baby, you
Ghana fat, you don't talk. Eh?
Freedom! Land of freedom, freedom! Ghana, we now have freedom, everybody. Toils of the brain, and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brain, which are brought praise of, yeah. Toils of the brain, and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brain, which are brought praise of. Yengo Vive, Ghana, land of freedom, freedom! Ghana, we now have freedom, everybody. Toils of the brain, and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brain, which have brought praise of, yeah. Toils of the brain, and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brain, which have brought praise of, yeah. Toils of the brave, and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought praise of, toils of the brave, and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought praise of. Pampa Yangwe, Ghana, land of freedom, freedom. Ghana, Abba, we now have freedom, everybody. Toils of the brave, and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought praise of, Abba. Toils of the brave, and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which are brought. Mr. Yangaraya Sassini, Aya Body Nemayan, Budana Nanum Shigo Yantito Homayan, and to many was so. Say a baby at Trasso, Nimdian Trasso, Conton Granny, Abes, and Ingomia, Eddie, and them Oma, and the Hondo Atom. Omano Seveyo, Omano Seveyo, yes, and now Ose, Oman Furale, Omano Seveyo, Omano Seveyo, yes, and now Ose, Oman Furale, Omano Seveyo, Omano Seveyo, yes, and now Ose, Oman Furale, Messiana Raya Sassini, Aya Body Nemayan. Bojana Nanum Shigo Yanteto Omayan, and to many was so. Say a Yataso, Nimdian Trasso, Conto Grande, Apes, and Ingomina, and the Bremdem Ama of and the Hondo Atom said. Omano Seveyo, Omano Seveyo, yes, and now Jose, Oman Furane, Omano Seveyo, Omano Seveyo. Yes, and now Jose, Oman Furane, Mr. Ghana will say, Sewa, Pampa, Mr. Ghana will say, Ghana. Mr. Ghana will say, Mr. Ghana will say, Ghana, Ghana, so, Messi will say, Ghana, will say, Ghana, Yanko will say, Ghana, will say, Yanko Oseye Gano Oseye Gano Ema weninyo ma weninje sa ufrigana ma weninje sa oyegane ma weninje sa ufrigana ma weninje sa oyegane Gana ya de semaye Oseye Yo go omeimo Ose, yo timba omeimo, Ose, yo diamonds omeimo, Ose, Wampa yo omeimo, Ose, Wampa yo omeimo, Ose, Galano, Ose, meibo, ose. Kewo diamonds o meibo, ose. Gano, gano, ose, gano, ose, ye gano. Besi ose, ye gano, ose, ye gano. Yatu ose, ye gano, ah, ose, ye gano. Yantu ose, ye gano, gano, ose, ye gano. My wedding you, my wedding is a free Ghana. My wedding is a Ghana. My wedding is a free Ghana. My wedding is a Ghana. Ghana ya de se mai ose. Eo koko o meibo ose. Eo timba o meibo ose. Eo boxai o meibo ose. Gano, gano, ose, gano, ose. Omei monse, yewe hiasem. Na dream one opa, every nyumreina. Se uri bomba ya, eya kai gana. Sre unyankopo, fagana shenensa. Eno na wo yo papa, eno na wo odo yekwe odo mauma. Eno arana yeshe odo mauma. Eno odo mauma. Eno arana yeshe odo mauma. Eno odo mauma. Eno arana yeshe odo mauma. Eno aneya. Mese bome yibosem yewe hiasem ah. Na dream one opa every nyureyina. Se uri bomba ya eya kai gana. Sre unyankopo fagana shenensa. Eno na wo yo mambapa. Eno na wo odo yeko odo mauma. Eno arana yeshe odo mauma. Eno odo mauma. Eno arana yeshe odo mauma. Eno odo mauma. Eno arana yeshe odo mauma. Eno ane. This is the day 5 million Ghanaians will go gay. Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip will be here that special day. We will drink and dance the whole day and put on Kente Fine on that Thursday of November 1959. Make up bless this fine Thursday. When no Ghana will go gay. Where's Elizabeth? We love you. Make up bless this fine Thursday. When no Ghana will go gay. Where's Elizabeth? We love you. Make up bless this fine Thursday. Why no Ghana will go gay? Where's Elizabeth? We love you. This is the day 5 million Ghanaians will go gay. Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip will be here that special day. We will drink and dance the whole day and put on Kente Fine on that Thursday of November 1959. Make up bless this fine Thursday. Why no Ghana will go gay? Where's Elizabeth? We love you. Make up bless this fine Thursday. Why no Ghana will go gay? Where's Elizabeth? We love you. Make up bless this fine Thursday. Why no Ghana will go gay? Where's Elizabeth? We love you. They say all for you, baby, all for you, all for you, sweetie, all for you. I dey with you, mama. I dey with you, baba. I dey with you, brother. Oh, baby, all for you. I dey with you, mama. I dey with you, baba. I dey with you, sister. Oh, baby, all for you. All for you, my baby, all for you. All for you, my city, all. One my young all for you, baby, all for you. All for you, sweetie, all for you. I dey with you, mama. I dey with you, my brother. I dey with you, brother. All for you. I dey with you, mama. I dey with you, sister. I dey with you, sister. All for you, all for you, my baby. All for you, all for you, my city. All for you. One my enko baby. All for you, baby. All for you, I dey. All all for you, sweetie, all for you. I dey wait you, mama. I dey wait you, my brother. I dey wait you, brother. All for you. I dey wait you, mama. I dey wait you, sister. I dey wait you, sister. All for you, my baby. All for you, all for you, my baby. Kabobaya, iti kabobaya, kwampa, kabobaya, kabobaya, iti kabobaya, kwampa, kabobaya, da 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 da, bita omate, obula iti, kawebi fe, kabobaya, iti kabobaya, kabobaya. Omano sebeyo, omano seriyeyo, eyense na onse, omanfo miramenche, omano sebeyo, omano seriyeyo, eyense na onse, omanfo miramenche, besi yenara yasasi, eya puodinde mayen. Mojana na no yego nyadeto omaye edomene wososo say be ye atwaso nimbian traso konto prime apese me kumina eni ebrem dem amaya sase ho do atobse omano sebeyo omano sebeyo ayense na ose omanfo mirane omano sebeyo, omano sebeyo, ayense na ose, omanfo miramenche, omano sebeyo, omano sebeyo, ayense na ose, omanfo miramenche.
Wow. In studio, we like to say it is lit, and we are going to be spending the last part of our breakfast table with Kwampa. Before we go on, today is Kafui Day's birthday, people. We are trying to keep it a secret, but I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. Today is Kafui Day's birthday. Also happens to be that yesterday was the birthday of Mrs. Genevieve Amuna, and today is her son, William Abom's Amuna's birthday, and this is from your husband, Engineer Amuna, to all of you. He says he's blessed to have a family like this. In studio, we are zeroing in to have fun, and the Tuesday has just begun. So we're going to be spending time with Kwampa. I know everybody knows Kwampa, so they play amazing palm wine music. We're going to take them back a little, tell us how they started and where we are. But there's something to look forward to from Kwampa, because they are taking us, they've been thrilling us for years with music. This time they're going to do some music and drama, because we are going to go to the theaters with Kwampa. They'll tell us about it. Greetings, greetings, greetings. So this is Asa Evans and Fred. Mr. Drama, we didn't get your name. And Bismarck. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Kwampa. So, Asa, take us back into time. For our viewers who are meeting Kwampa for the first time,
sure.
Tell us how you put this band together, how it started, and why you chose palm wine music.
Okay, so it all started in 2017. After church, one Sunday, that was 30th July. 2017.
Yes.
At the time, we're all instrumentalists in the same church, Presbyterian Church of Ghana, Ebenezer Congregation, Mamprobi. So we talked at a church. We decided to start a band, and right away we decided to start with to do palm wine music, because we wanted to ensure the continuity of this music tradition. It was only a Jack Onimu and then the Legon Palm Wine Band at the time who were doing palm wine music. So we said, well, let's join them and let's ensure the continuity of this. And so we started 2017, 31st July. It was a Monday.
Nice.
And thankfully, this is our 7th year.
So tell us about the journey. Apart from giving us great music, have there been albums? Have there been singles?
Yes, so thankfully 2018 we released, we reworked some of the very popular Christmas tunes.
Okay, yes.
And yes, that was what kind of shot us into limelight. People got to know the band through our Christmas songs. Beyond that, we've released a number of singles, and then we have put together a 6-track EP that we released in 2022 titled Palm Wine Music.
Okay.
It has 6 songs on that. And currently we are working on a 12-track album. Currently we are done with the recording. It's at the editing bench. They are putting 1 and 2 together, and then we put it out there.
Okay, so because we're about to have fun, so for the 6 album, for the 6-song EP, what were the title of some of the songs on there?
All right, so for the 6-track EP, we had Mr. Traveler, we had Eduani Ninya, we had Immediate Effect, we had 6 songs. I mean, and 2022 we released that.
Okay.
And thankfully, that is what has that's what has given us the movie we want to talk about.
Okay,
So
okay.
we, instead of putting together music videos, we decided to put together a movie with the 6 songs we released. So the movie has the 6 songs in there.
Okay, so what's the movie like? So does it take us from like location A to location B?
Okay.
What form does it take?
Okay, so it's a music drama.
Okay.
If you have ever watched the Ghanaian movie I Told You So, with the drama interspersed with the music and all that, it takes after that nature. And so the movie is Sweet Palm Wine. We give you the music with the movie in there, so it has dialogues. It's not just the melodies, but real dialogues. It's actually a full movie.
Wow. Okay, so we're going to be playing the trailer, and then when we come back, you tell us what went into it and whet your appetite for what's to come.
Sure.
Enjoy.
Okay. Huh? Esther, before you tell me that you feel butterflies in your stomach, the answer is no.
Love is a mystery. Why is love everything to people?
Hey!
And yet,
The American
nothing
and then I'm
to others?
And when I come, you know me, I'll scatter everything.
Why would people look and look and look, yet see less? But others will not even look,
Love this.
but will see everything.
For the Lord, see, for inside. Why the laugh?
One casa to one for with immediate effect.
We are finally here.
Entini awuye, yet you are ready. Welcome to Magic now. You
are asking
for Madame for what's on by she said. Emmanuel so. One casa to one for with immediate effect.
When I fat, you don't talk. Eh?
Oh, how did you manage Fred Abuji on there? And I've seen Pascaline Edwards. Bismarck, I saw you making your debut too. Hey!
So the whole thing is we did not want to just hide somewhere and then do it as Kwampa, we are doing a movie. No, wanted to go all out and do it. So we looked at the people, the actors from the older generation and then the current. So we worked with Uncle Fred Amugi, we worked with Pascaline Edwards, we worked with Rosa Mensah, we worked with Ricky, and then the current crop of actors. We worked with Aaron Adachi, we worked with Willie Chambers, and a whole lot. So yes, I mean, we decided to go all out and do it. The movie is built on the story in the 6 songs we released. So it's a romantic comedy, but it's a music drama. So music and then the movie.
Okay, so we didn't see any breaks where we saw you actually performing. Do we see that in the movie?
Exactly, you see that in the movie. You see that in the movie, the band performing in the movie, all the 6 songs plus 2 additional songs. So there are 8 songs in the movie.
Okay,
from the band.
I suggest do this one. So from beginning of the movie, what's the song title that's going to be playing in the background? Is it by Kwampa?
Yes.
Wow.
The first song in the movie is the first song on the EP, and that is Mr. Traveler.
Okay.
And that song says that if you're a traveler, you are traveling and you get lost. You don't speed up on the wrong direction. You rather look for the right path and then you go on that, because that will take you to the destination. It is not.
Yet you are baby. Ubimpu mechi na ujina de sese. Ne papa jesua. Madame for wasonga she say. Emaninja so. One casa to mufo. With immediate effect. Siriba. Kwedo. Entini awu. Ne papa jesua. Madame for wasonga she say. Iba. Emaninja so. One casa to mufo. with immediate effect. Antonia Wuye, yet to Hamene, Ubim Pomechina, Jina de Sese, Beba Panjisua, Madame for us over here, she say, Eva, Emane Yaso, one Gazato with immediate effect. And that was immediate effect in the movie. We give you another song from the movie titled Abena, Abena, Abena. If you are called Abena, this song is for you. Enjoy this one. One, two. She's a pretty lady, they call her Abena. She's a fine, fine woman. Her name is Abena. Abena, Ophelia, Abena, Abena. We are bold and camper, and they are there too. We are fresh. Abena, Ophelia, Abena, 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 Abena. We are bold and camper, and they are there too. We are fresh woman. Her name is Abena, Abena, Ophelia, Abena, Abena. We are bold and camper, and they are there too. We are fresh. Abena, Ophelia, Abena, 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 Abena. We are bold and camper, and they are there too. We are fresh. Abena, 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 Abena. Oh, yeah, me fedo. Oh, yeah, me fedo. Abena se, Abena ho fe, Abena, Abena, ho fe, Abena, 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 yeah, me fedo. Abena. Let's give you one more song from the movie. One more. This one is Eva. I want to see you tonight, baby. I want you back. I want to see you tonight, baby. I want you back. I want to see you tonight, baby. I want you back. I want to see you tonight, baby. I want you back. I'm on the battlefield, baby. Oh, it looks like I am losing, baby. I want you back. I'm on the battlefield, baby. Oh, it looks like I am losing, baby. I want you back. Culinary battle, it's not an easy battle. Me just say, Ediane hon tokwa, enye ahogono so. Culinary battle, it's not an easy battle. Me just say, Ediane hon tokwa, enye bete. Baby, come back now. Before I burn your kitchen, baby, come back now. Before I blow your come back, baby, come back now. Before I burn your kitchen, baby, come back now. Before I blow your area, come back now. Before I burn your kitchen, baby, come back now. Before I blow your kitchen.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so when and where is the movie premiering? Is it ticketed also?
Okay, so even before I come to that, this is the very first time, it's official, this is the very first time the trailer is being aired on TV, and it happens to be GTV. And thankfully, the first time this band was on air, we were with Valerie.
Yay!
The very, very first time that the band was interviewed on TV in 2017, it was on Valerie's show. And thankfully, the first time we are ever showing the trailer, in fact, the first time we are attempting a movie, and the first time we are airing the trailer on TV is right here with Valerie one more time. I don't know how that happens, but...
I'm your good luck charm, yay! Okay, so
the movie is coming out.
Everybody, happy birthday to you.
King Kafui Day.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. May God bless you. May God bless you now.
King Kaf.
May God bless you now.
Kafui Day.
May God bless you now. May God bless.
We wish you long life.
We wish you long life. We wish you long life.
We wish you
birthday, happy birthday to you. King Cow, happy birthday to you. Have free day. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Hip, 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 hooray. One more time. Hip, 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 hooray. Final time. Hip, 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 hooray. Sun is up, spirit high, people everywhere. Hey, food is good, wine is fine, people getting higher. Hey, Mama said, Papa said, the whole gang too. Hey, everybody's dancing, celebrating all day. Celebration, jubilation, all together. All together. Celebration, jubilation, all together. All together. Sun is up, spirit high, people everywhere. Hey, food is good, wine is fine, people getting higher. Hey, Mama said, Papa said, the whole gang too. Hey, everybody's dancing, celebrating all day, celebrating. Banana, jubilation, banana, all together. I didn't get it. Celebration, banana, jubilation, banana, all together. Celebration, banana, jubilation, banana, all together. Everybody, do what you do. Celebrate the sunshine. Everybody, do what you do. Celebrate the sunshine. Everybody, do what you do. That's why I will bring the sunshine. Everybody, do what you do. That's why I will bring the sunshine. Everybody, do what you do. I will bring the sunshine. Everybody, do what you do. I will bring the sunshine. Celebration, we are together now. Come join us in harmony. Celebration, we are together now. Come join us in harmony. Everybody, do what you do.